This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 11th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A head-on collision involving a pickup and an SUV on Wednesday night outside of Cokeville left 9 juveniles hurt, some of whom suffered serious injuries and required air ambulance transport. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George spoke to a neighbor who ran to the scene near his home. Kenny Peterson and his wife found a grim scene and said that, quote, "It's a miracle that all 9 high school-age teens involved survived."
You have broken bones. One of the kids has a broken pelvis, and then we have other sort of odds and ends, but nothing that's not recoverable. According to the Highway Patrol, what had happened was the Highlander, which was heading in one direction, apparently jumped the lane and hit the Dodge Ram. Right now, there is no indication that alcohol or anything was involved or that there was any sort of mechanical problem with the cars.
The 2 vehicles were coming from different directions and activities. One was full of teens returning from practice for a school singing group. Sweetwater County Sheriff John Grossnickel on Thursday signed a memorandum of understanding between his office and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the federal agency has not yet finalized the agreement, but the sheriff signed the local office into an arrangement by which up to 5 deputies will be authorized to act as immigration agents.
They already for years have had this thing where they can house ICE detainees for more than 48 hours, which is unique. A lot of jails can only go up to 48 hours if they house them for ICE at all. Also, they were recently fast-tracked for what's called the jail enforcement model, where their jail deputies can investigate people who are incarcerated for local crimes to see if they're illegal immigrants or otherwise violating immigration law.
The Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office's various agreements indicate that it has the most cooperative relationship with ICE of any Wyoming county. A video showing a naked boy with marks on the left side of his thigh and buttocks was shown to jurors as evidence of abuse prosecutors say a former award-winning foster parent inflicted on his children. Stephen Marler is on trial in Natrona County District Court, charged with 26 charges that involve sexual abuse of minors, battery, and child endangerment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in the courtroom for Tuesday's hearing, which involved testimony from a sheriff's investigator and photos and videos obtained from the Marler home.
Sheriff's Office investigators said that she had gone to the Marler home after the investigation of the Marlers began and seized the DVR. And initially there was nothing on the DVR, but she found out that Casper Police Department had a program that would be able to recapture deleted videos, and so they ended up finding more than 1,000 videos on there.
Marler is being tried on 2 counts of first degree, 7 counts of second degree, and 11 counts of third degree sexual abuse of a minor. He's also charged with 5 counts of battery and 1 count of child endangerment. The time frame for the allegations spans a decade, from November 2012 to June 2022. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, according to data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, March was one of the windiest months on record across the U.S. Average sustained wind speeds were above historical averages, and nearly every city in the eastern half of the U.S. set new wind gust records. But triple-digit wind gusts aren't uncommon in Wyoming, so no records were broken here. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that our normal windy weather still blows away many other states' records.
We were having wind gusts of 116 miles per hour in Wyoming, but that's not abnormally windy. That's just Wyoming. So what's abnormal in one place isn't in another place, and that 116 mile per hour wind gust might not have even factored into whatever methodology was used to generate that article.
In the Washington Post's ranking for winds in March, Wyoming ranked 43rd with its 23rd windiest March on record. But that's because Wyoming's March, while windy, wasn't really any windier than typical, while the other states were setting records. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Friday edition. Eyewitnesses call the head-on collision in Cokeville a miracle as 9 are treated for injuries but no fatalities. Jury sees disturbing home videos during day 1 of sex abuse trial of an award-winning foster dad. Wyoming senators approved the selling of federal land to support housing efforts. Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office inks a deal with ICE to form a local task force. A train conductor wins a settlement after an AI-controlled train crashes due to a decision no human would have ever made. March was record-breaking windy across the U.S., but for Wyoming, just another spring in cowboy country. The struggle creating gun-free zones in Wyoming is real, from signage to contentious school board meetings. Wyoming citizens are trying to learn what an armed society might look like. And special guests this morning include Michael Vale and Jason Jensen, 2 men at the forefront of the sudden renewed interest in a decades-old John Benet Ramsey murder case. Oh, what a day we've got for you. Stick around. This is going to be a fun one. Let's get a weather forecast to you first, just to let you know what you're dealing with on the outdoors. And it's another hooky day, as Don Day said. If you were going to take a day off just cause, today's one to do it. You're going to be hitting 80 in Casper. You got to deal with a little bit of breeze, but plenty of sunshine. 80, y'all, on April 11th. Wow. Near 80 in Lander, partly sunny. Evanston, mostly sunny, highs 71. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, mid-70s. Pinedale, sunny and breezy with highs in the upper 60s. Afton, 64 today under plenty of sunshine. DuBois, sunny, breezy, highs in the upper 60s. 71 in Jackson. Mostly sunny with an occasional wind gust. Thermopolis, sunny. 82. Golly. It's not only the water that's hot in Thermopolis. The air is going to be hot too. 82, man. Sunny and breezy in Cody. Highs in the upper 70s. Sunny, 76 in Buffalo. Mostly sunny in Sheridan with highs 81. Gillette, sunny, 78. Newcastle, sunny, 74. Torrington, plenty of sunshine with highs 83 down on the plains, 81 in Douglas. Under partly cloudy conditions. Cheyenne, mostly sunny, highs 77, 72, and sunny in Laramie. Rawlins, sunny, breezy, 73. Same for Saratoga. Well, you can't do much better than that, Don. Don Day with some excellent weather forecasting. We'll talk to Don later this show. We'll ask him about, yet again, about wind, because wind is in the news. Wyoming wind is. And we've asked Don many times, what makes wind? Why wind? But we're going to ask him again. Because I saw a few interesting things in the Andrew Rossi story regarding wind and how there were record-breaking windy conditions in March last month across the United States. For Wyoming, it was just kind of a regular March because that's what we do in March and April in Wyoming. It blows. Triple-digit wind gusts, not uncommon in the Cowboy state. Triple digit. Did you see the other day, before I left, I should have made mention, or I think it was while I was gone, actually, on spring break. I was astounded by a photograph and a meme of basically photographic evidence of how hard does it blow in Wyoming? This hard. It blows trains over. You know, in other states, and Texas and Oklahoma had just had that wind event where some vehicles were blown over and blown off the road. And we have those regularly in Wyoming where high-profile vehicles are blown over. Trucks, especially if they're empty. Big semi, 18-wheeler just blown over. That's not uncommon at all on I-80 and I-25, some of the windy corridors in the Cowboy state. And Texas, I think, tried to show off a little bit while I was on, just before I left for spring break. Texas had news that they had a wind event that blew stuff over. And Wyoming, in response, said, hold our beer. We blew a train over. All right? I mean, trucks are one thing. A big semi-truck, blow that off the road. How about a train? I mean, the last time I checked, the train is kind of attached to the track. And unless there's a problem with the train track, and in this case, that was not the cause, this train flat out blew over. All right, so I don't know how hard you're blowing in the United States and you're setting records. That's wonderful. Michigan's bragging it had the windiest March on record for the last 50 years. Congrats, Michigan. But have you blown a train over? Clear off the track? I don't think so. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, March was one of the windiest months on record across the United States. Average sustained wind speeds were above historical averages for nearly every city in the eastern half of the U.S. And many set new wind gust records. But again, for Wyoming, just a typical, average, normal March. Yeah, windy. But as Don loves to say, nothing to write home about. I'm looking at the photo. This is Wyoming. I wish I could go back and find. This is just me looking at photos. So for you on radio, you might be somewhat lost. If you're just joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show, if you're new to the show, it's 4 hours of me looking at the internet. I mean, that's what it is. And we're calling that entertainment. Informative, entertaining, hard-hitting. Jake looks at the internet all day for 4 hours. And on the interwebs, while I was on spring break, in somewhat breezy Mexico, the wife and I were down in Cabo at a resort, and one of the days the wind was blowing hard enough that in Wyoming it wouldn't even be considered breezy. I bet it was blowing hard enough that I bet Don Day wouldn't even say breezy for that day. wasn't enough to even be breezy, but it was enough for down in Cabo, Mexico, for them to issue a resort-wide ban on opening your poolside umbrellas because for fear they would blow away or blow over. And everybody was kind of bummed about that because that means maximum UV exposure. It means you're out in the sun. There's no shade. Everybody was really bummed. And the wife and I just soldiered through like barely noticing because, the wind, that was not a wind event. A wind event is when you blow trucks and trains over. That's a wind event. And while we were down there, I did see, I don't suppose the Googler would know if I just said train blows over in Wyoming. Yeah, we're just going to watch me do Googling stuff or listen to me. We have the AI train. Yeah, so what comes up in the search actually is a story from today. A Pinedale man, we're going to talk about this later today. Today's Friday, so Greg Johnson does not come on in the first hour, which is unfortunate. It's always fun to talk to Greg. I miss not talking to him on Fridays. We'll have to fill Friday first hour with a Greg substitute of some kind. We'll see. But a Pinedale man just secured a settlement against Union Pacific. He accused UP Railroad of making him use the AI on the train, the artificial intelligence. UP was testing AI. And what do you think a human conductor says? Casey Jones, who prides himself in being the train engineer. He, of course, finds out his job's going to be taken by a robot, and UP tells him, you got to babysit the robot. We want you to engage the AI. And he's like, no, he didn't want to do it. And they said, you do it or you're fired. So basically, this poor human, this man with experience, this Pinedale man who's a Casey Jones, we'll call him. He actually really has a name. But I don't want to sidetrack myself more than I usually do. Casey Jones is mad because he's been told to basically supervise and train his replacement. And nobody on any job ever wants to do that, wants to be told that. We're going to need you. Remember that? What's that movie where the guy comes around and is like, we're going to need you to hand over your stapler. Your bosses at UP say, we're going to need you to supervise AI, supervise this train driving robot. And the poor engineer can see the writing on the wall. He's like, oh, man, if this test run is successful, and I see where this is going, they're going to have driverless trains, conductorless trains. There will be it'll be robot, AI doing the whole train. So the guy doesn't like it at all. And then we find out he's exactly right. The train crashed because of an AI error, allegedly. Now, the case has been settled. We don't have details on it, but we'll talk more about that this morning. I'm just getting a little sidetracked. Literally sidetracked. Isn't that funny? That's where the phrase comes from, right? To be sidetracked in a topic is to be on the wrong track. Somebody didn't do the switch right, and you're getting sidetracked. Whoops, I'm getting sidetracked on this train story. Here's what I was looking for. Train topples. Yeah, this was March 24th. It was just a couple days after I left. I had just landed in Mexico, and I saw this story, and I thought, man, that's a great indication of how hard it blows in Wyoming. Several of Union Pacific's train shipping containers toppled Monday. This story appeared on March 24th on the Cowboy State Daily, just north of Rock River. It's unclear if the train car frames derailed with them. All right, so that's unimportant. The mayor speculated it was because of high winds, which reached over 60 miles an hour during the morning. And the photo of such, which if you're watching on radio, we do have radio product now. I'm so excited to announce you can enjoy the show on live on our webpage, cowboystatedaily.com. You can enjoy the show on Facebook Live, on X. I don't know where else we are. YouTube. We're all over. On demand archive. You can listen to the podcast whenever, wherever you get your popular podcast from, whatever platform. And we're also on radio stations in the state of Wyoming. So in the case of the podcast and radio, obviously you're not seeing any visuals, so I'll describe it. It's a train that's fallen off the track. It's a train that's tipped over right off the track. And it's because of the wind. So, whatever. Michigan wants to claim it's got record-setting winds in March, and Texas wants to show us video of those trucks blowing off the road. And Wyoming says, hold our beer. We're going to blow a train off the freaking track. Derailed a train with our wind. Oh, man. That's pretty impressive. I think Don Day was consulted in this and asked whether wind could blow a train off a track. And he basically said, Wyoming wind can do whatever it wants. He said, if wind was a factor, that was likely the gust that did it. He showed a gust. He was able to look at all his data. Don Day's got a laboratory full of machines just ticking away, talking about AI driving a train. Don Day invented AI. He's got a whole room full of models and sensors and weather balloons. And one sensor he has in Rock River showed a wind gust of 64 miles an hour at exactly 11:22 a.m. And Don said if wind was a factor, it was that gust that did it. Blew a train right off the track. Just thought I'd share that with, as part of this news, Andrew Rossi's story showing Wyoming's normal winds blow away record-breaking March for other states. Through much of the U.S., record-setting month last month for high winds, but for Wyoming, normalness in March, where we blow trains off the track, man. All right, our first break this morning. We'll be right back in 3. Stay with us. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, You were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age. The physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. This song reminds me of, this music bed reminds me of something that would have been cut back in the 60s by the, was it the Nelson Brothers? No. Now I got to get on the Googler again. Because it was a time in history that you just can't believe what passed for music. 1960s brother group. I guess that's what I can ask the brother group. The Everly Brothers were actually good. I'm trying to think. Maybe it was before the 60s. I mean, they were so straight-laced, you know. They all wore sweaters. It was not the Everly Brothers. It was... Who am I thinking of? Can somebody help me out on the Facebook Live feedback? Or... It was an old singing group, brothers of the 19th... And they were like... straight-laced, sweater wearing, easy listening. It was not the Everly Brothers, although they're up there with on the list. Yeah, I'll think of it. Meanwhile, we do have some feedback regarding wind on our show. We were talking about how windy it gets in Wyoming. And we did have, I thought for a minute, I thought Daniel was just saying that I'm the hot air blowing. I'm the wind, which I am. I'll be the first to admit it. Daniel writes, your wind always blows. And I did, after reading the first sentence, I took offense. He's like, is he talking about me? No, he's talking about Wyoming wind. He said, the first time I came out to hunt elk with my grandson, I walked outside and came back in and said, wow, it is blowing. I think it was around 25 miles an hour. And he told his grandpa, and Gramps just laughed. He's like, that's a light breeze. And you've probably many of you have seen the meme about Wyoming wind and using a windsock. Like a lot of places use a windsock to judge Wyoming wind, but in Wyoming we use a chain on a post, a chain attached to a post. The Wyoming windsock is a thick, heavy chain attached to a top of a post. And to judge the strength of a wind, You can very easily see. In other words, if the windsock, if the chain is at a 0 degree angle to the pole, meaning if the chain is laying straight down against the pole, you are instructed to notify the nearest meteorologist the windsock is broken. There can be never any such thing. The sign on the Wyoming windsock is a heavy chain attached to the top of a pole. If the chain is just sitting there, not moving, straight down at a 0 degree angle parallel with the pole, then it's broken. Notify meteorologist. If it's at a 30 degree angle, you're encountering a fresh breeze. 45 degree angle, gentle zephyr. If the chain is at a 60 degree angle from the pole, it's a hurricane. 75 degree angle, beware of low flying trains. Yes, as we just saw one blow off the track. And if the chain is at a 90 degree angle to the pole, welcome to big, wonderful Wyoming. That's the Wyoming windsock, chain on a pole. One of my favorites. But yeah, thanks, Daniel, for sharing his elk hunt first day. He walked outside, 25 degree gusts. He thought gusts. And his grandfather said light breeze. Just enough to keep the bugs off you. Neighbors, our top story today. One of our top stories, neighbors and eyewitnesses who saw and came out to the crash site at Cokeville. It was a highway crash involving 9 teens. All say it is a miracle, 100% miracle is the quote from one. Andra Peterson, it's 100% a miracle, she said. She knew everyone involved. It's a tight-knit community, Cokeville. All these kids went to Cokeville High School, and everybody knows everybody. Parents know everybody. And just by, I don't know if it's a Murphy's Law. Obviously, it's a bend in the road, a corner in the highway. But by Murphy's Law, it was teens hitting teens. Like high school kids split into 2 cars, all survived the head-on collision. But it was, all teenagers involved, 9 of them in total. Toyota Highlander was involved. Where is my, I'm trying to get my notes here. A pickup and an SUV, both carrying teens, collided just outside of Cokeville. This is Wednesday night we heard about this. All 9 occupants injured, but some serious, but none of the injuries believed to be anything you can't recover from. We're talking about head injuries, internal injuries, broken bones. 2 were flown for treatment by air ambulance. But to say that all 9 did survive and will recover is a miracle. That's what folks are saying in Cokeville, where they've seen a miracle or two. You go back to decades, going back to that Cokeville bombing in the high school. I wrote a story about that years ago, about a madman who went into the Cokeville elementary school and held kids hostage, and he had guns and bombs. In fact, one of the bombs went off. This bomb should have destroyed that schoolroom and taken out most of the wing of that school, and it didn't. It went off in an odd fashion, and it killed only the bomber. It was a miracle in Cokeville. They talk about it to this day. Well, here's another miracle in Cokeville. When a pickup and SUV collided on State Highway 32 Wednesday night, Kenny Peterson was one of the first on the scene. He ran out of his house, went up to this crash site to see if he could be of assistance, and he was shocked by what he saw. He told Cowboy State Daily's Justin George, it certainly looked like somebody should have been killed or terribly injured. He heard the voice of a girl softly coming out of the cab of a smashed Toyota Highlander. That girl ended up being trapped in that vehicle for about an hour as they tried to extricate her, and did. Peterson's wife, Andra, is the one who said it's 100% a miracle what she saw. Meanwhile, trying to figure out what happened, investigators still aren't sure what happened. The driver, they think, maybe blacked out. No alcohol involved, no drugs. That's not part of the issue. Possibly inexperienced driving. You know, in Wyoming, I still think kids should be older. I don't like the idea of 16, 17-year-olds driving. I think you should be at least 18 to drive on your own unsupervised. You just don't have the road experience. 18-year-olds, I mean, some 17 and 18-year-olds are mature enough to drive responsibly, pay attention, focus, and not text and do things. You know, some, I'm hesitant to say even a majority from the ones I know and see. But, I can think of a good number of 17-year-olds that can drive responsibly, that I would trust driving. Not if they were my kid. I would be the worst father ever. I would not let my kid drive alone by him or herself until they were 18. Because you just don't have the experience. You drive with someone and get some experience, but not alone and not with your friends where you're likely to be distracted, because I can think of a lot of 17, 18-year-olds together and how they act when they're together, and they're silly and they're teenagers, and should they be all driving together? Oh, I shudder at the thought. I don't like it. But I know the reality is, parents very soon after they give birth to a child find out their role in the family is chauffeur. That's what you're doing. Like almost the entire time. What are the job requirements to be a parent? You have to have a driver's license and be ready to put in a lot of windshield time, because you're going to be chauffeuring these kids all over the place to practice, to games, to all the things they got to do. You're going to be driving that kid till they go to college. And then when they get to the high school years, when they get their learner's permit and they get their first driver's license, as a parent, you're relieved. You're like, finally, they can drive themselves. But I don't know. I don't know how experienced you are as a teenager to be driving. But in this case, did inexperience factor in? What did factor in? We know it was not drugs or alcohol. It was inattentiveness, perhaps. Somebody drifted out of their lane. I know the driver of one of the vehicles, I believe, recounted just not remembering anything. 1 minute they're taking a bend in the road. Next minute there's flashing lights all over the place. They just don't know what happened. But eyewitnesses on the scene, neighbors who saw or heard of the crash and saw it later, know what happened, and they call it a miracle. Neighbors say it's a miracle. All 9 teens survived. All 9 teens survived the Cokeville head-on crash. Justin George has the story too, in fact. One with the breaking news of the accident on Wednesday night, and the other follow-up when Justin was able to wrangle some eyewitnesses, get some information. Diana checks in. She said, my mom made all of us wait till we were 18. Yeah, I agree. She said, I was shocked how much responsibility it was when I turned 18. Yeah, it's a lot. And that was, I don't know, I want to age Diana, but that was a time where we sort of grew up on a different timeline. Today's kids, I think we all know, for the most part, and there are exceptions. There are some very responsible 16-year-olds that are ready to start adulting. But for the most part, there are too many 24-year-olds who still aren't there yet, who I wouldn't put in charge of a candy store. For the most part, this new generation grows up really delayed. They're on a late schedule. So, yeah, 18, old enough to vote, right? Old enough to drink at 21. Old enough to vote and go serve your country at 18. And where do you put driving? Driving with an adult or with supervision is, I'm good with that when you're 15. You got a learner's 15, 16, 17. You got 3 years to get your experience in, but you should be with someone. A lot of times parents will make rules. Okay, you can drive by yourself, but you can't have any of your friends in the car because for fear they would be a distraction. I think that's a real thing. Yep. The phone and your friends are a real distraction when you're driving. How much are you concentrating and focusing when you're the 17-year-old driver of a car with a bunch of other teens in it? I bet your focus is not 100%. And I don't want to make this whole story about, whether teens should be driving or whatnot, but Wyoming is a tough place to drive. The stats, the data will tell you that because of the amount of time we spend on the highway, we got to drive great distances. It's 30-minute, it's a half-hour drive to the nearest decent store. 30-minute, 60-minute drive to to go shopping. It's a 3-hour drive to the nearest high school to go play them in soccer. We got to drive here in this state. And the longer you're on the road, the more you drive, then the more likely something bad may happen. And then you throw weather on top of that. And yeah, statistically speaking, Wyoming is one of the more challenging states to drive in. And are you ready as a 17-year-old? I don't think so. I'm going to delay that to 18. And if you're my kid, you're not going to drive till you're 21. You're not going to date until you're 31. You know what I mean. I'm a little extra protective maybe, but yeah, driving is, you like to see some experience. How many of us who drive, you know what it's like. We all think we've seen everything as a driver, and maybe we have, but then there's that one instance where you go over a bridge. You're doing 60 in this dry road, and you go over a bridge, and the bridge is icy, and whoa, you lose, the whole car wiggles on you, and boy, you put that, if you survive through it, and you correct the car, if you know what to do when the vehicle gets away from you a little bit and wiggles in the ice, you got to know what that feels like, and know how to react, because overreaction causes many single vehicle rollovers, etc. You got to have that experience to know how to recover a vehicle when it gets a little hinky, and put that in your memory banks. Like, well, I'm going to save that one. Careful when I go over bridges, and careful with how I react to a vehicle that's trying to get away from me. Don't do anything big. Make small movements, easy movements, smooth movements to recover. All this stuff is experience that you have to learn really firsthand when it happens to you. And you don't want to learn it the first time when you're 17 on a wintry day. You hopefully want to learn it after you got a few miles under your belt, a few years on you. Anyway, it was probably part miracle to have 9 teens involved in a head-on and no fatalities. Thank God. Good story from Justin George in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a look at a few more stories right after our second break here in Hour 1. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Howdy, good morning. Are you getting ready for work or are you going to take the day off today? It is gorgeous in Wyoming. Day weather forecast shows the whole state really under plenty of sunshine. A little breezy in some areas, but nothing that's going to blow over a train anyway. It might blow your deck chair out from under you if you get up, but you know, we're used to that. If you're sitting out on the porch or out on your deck, you got to have a stout deck furniture in Wyoming. Otherwise, it may not be where it was when you get up. You get up and go answer the phone. You get up and crack another beer. When you come back, that chair is... Where did that lounge chair go? But today's a good day to... Yeah, take a day off. Tell the boss. We'll write you a letter. Don Day will write you a letter. Just too nice to work today. Dale Killingback's been working. Cowboy State Daily. Dale Killingback has, looks like he's going to be our journalist embedded in this trial. It's going on in Casper, and he's in the Casper area, so he's covering this. Normally, For Cowboy State Daily, this Claire McFarland covers courts and crime and stuff like that, but there's so much to do in that realm. And the fact that Dale is there in Casper and is able to attend this trial, that it looks like Dale Killingback is going to be following this all the way through. And this is the Casper foster dad, an award-winning Casper foster dad. I'm not sure what the award is. I guess I could try to find out why he won an award for being a foster dad. In 2013, this foster dad, Marler, and his wife were recognized by the Federal Administration for Children and Families with an Adoption Excellence Award, one of only 3 families across the nation to get the award that year. So in 2013, this was a model family, a model couple, and an award-winning foster dad. His name is Stephen Marler. Well, award-winning foster dad is now on trial. And he's not winning any awards for the videos that were shown to the jury yesterday. Disturbing videos in the Natrona County District Court. Marler is facing 26 charges involving sexual abuse of minors, battery, and child endangerment. As part of the courtroom goings-on that Dale witnessed, the video, and I think the judge began showing everybody in the courtroom the video and then changed and said, I just want only the jury to see this. Because the videos were hard to watch for some and a little disturbing. We can explain a little bit what you're seeing in the video, but I don't want to get into too detailed because it's just kind of gross. First, let Dale set it up for you. This is Dale Killingback talking with Wendy Core about this story.
A video showing a naked boy with marks on the left side of his thigh and buttocks was shown to jurors as evidence of abuse. Prosecutors say a former award-winning foster parent inflicted on his children. Stephen Marler is on trial in Natrona County District Court, charged with 26 charges that involve sexual abuse of minors, battery, and child endangerment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback was in the courtroom for Tuesday's hearing, which involved testimony from a sheriff's investigator and photos and videos obtained from the Marler home.
There were a dramatic series of videos that were shown to jurors today, and Sheriff's Office investigators said that she had gone to the Marler home after the investigation of the Marlers began and seized the DVR. And initially there was nothing on the DVR, but she found out that Casper Police Department had a program that would be able to recapture deleted videos. And so they ended up finding more than 1,000 videos on there. There were other videos that showed Marler getting on the mattress with his adopted girls and then them giving him an extended massage. There was other videos that were shown of the kids all standing for a long period of time in apparent discipline.
Marler is being tried on 2 counts of first degree, 7 counts of second degree, and 11 counts of third degree sexual abuse of a minor. He's also charged with 5 counts of battery and 1 count of child endangerment. The time frame for the allegations spans a decade from November 2012 to June 2022.
Interesting that the alleged abuse began in 2012, and then the following year, Dad wins a Foster Dad of the Year award. Like, oh man, if you're the kids in that family and you knew of that, you watched Dad put this award up, put his trophy up on the mantle, and meanwhile he's doing things to you and filming it, allegedly. I don't know how you defend this if you're his defense lawyers, but that's their job. But video shown, here's how we got here, and I think this is noteworthy. originally the case, how do you even find something like this out? Somebody has to come forward, right? Because from the outside, it looks like the model home. When you're talking about kids in adoptive care, and thank goodness there are good foster families who provide a pivotal and positive role for kids that need adoption, that need to be rehomed, whether temporarily or till they're of age to get out on their own, which in today's world is about 30 years old. When you finally flee the nest, get out of the basement. But thank goodness there are some that do it right and who are truly award-winning. But from the outside in, this looked like the exact model. Like, this is how it's supposed to work. What a great family, the Marlers. Look, they won this award. From the outside in on this home in Casper Mountain. But then authorities say Marla's oldest adopted daughter came forward and told caseworkers and 2 sergeants at the Wyoming Cowboy Challenge program for youth in Guernsey that her father had sexually abused her. Shocking news. A forensic interview with a specialist was conducted on May 12th, 2021. I assume confirming such, but it's not clear in the story. The investigators say the girl was initially willing to talk. Obviously, she came forward and then shut down. And whenever they brought the subject up and tried to get her to talk more about it, she became emotional and angry when recalling the alleged abuse. But authorities thought they had enough to go on to at least search the home. Even without the cooperation of the eldest daughter who came forward, they thought, all right, if she doesn't want to talk, there at least might be something going on. She shared enough that investigators knew to look for a DVR system. So she must have told them, he tapes us, he videos things. And investigators say we returned to Casper with a search warrant for the Marlar residence. The purpose of the search warrant was to obtain clothing, take photos, and seize a DVR system that they were told was in the home. The search warrant was executed June 4th, 2021. Kristen Marlar, the mom, and 6 of the family's adopted children were present at the time. I would assume somehow the Marlers were tipped off that this was coming because the DVR seized in a small storeroom was empty. Nothing on it. But they could see that the DVR was connected to the master bedroom, 3 camera cables connected. They found 7 cameras in all in various areas of the home. But the initial search of the DVR content turned up no images, no videos. But the Casper Police Department got all CSI with it. They got an IT guy that was able to recover 9,370 videos, of which 1,500 or so were playable. Those are the videos that were shared the other day in court. And those are the videos that show, in part, adopted children sleeping on 2x2 on mattresses. They showed this naked boy who walks towards the camera, comes out of camera view for a moment, and then walks away again when you can finally see him again on camera. And he's got marks on his leg and on his butt. Other disturbing video and images all obtained through the search warrant and the DVR. I don't know why an award-winning foster dad needs to have some 9,000 videos of his adopted kids and cameras set up in the house. That's kind of cringe. A little bit cringe for me, but innocent till proven guilty. We'll see what goes on. But this expects to be, they've slated, I think, 3 weeks for this trial. They expect it to be Complex. But on day one, jury is shown home videos of award-winning foster dad on trial for sex abuse. Dale Killingback will follow this story to its end. And that will be the end of our first hour here on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Thanks for dropping in with us on this finally Friday. It's a hooky Friday. We're taking an extra 3-day weekend. What do you think? And then next weekend's Easter, and I don't know if we should be working at all. Top of the hour news next. We'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 11th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. When it comes to banning gun-free zones in Wyoming, it's one thing to pass a ban into law and another for state agencies, schools, and towns to implement it. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that across Wyoming, agencies are now scrambling to make rules to allow for permitted concealed carry of firearms in public buildings in order to comply with a new law passed during this year's legislative session that bans gun-free zones in the state.
The process that involves with most new laws, particularly ones that kind of deal with spaces and kind of managing spaces, is that rules need to be created that kind of go into effect to kind of support the new law. So that is kind of what state agencies and school districts around Wyoming are wrestling with right now, as far as trying to scramble to create new rules to address this law that banned gun-free zones throughout Wyoming, to try to get rules in place by the time it goes into effect on July 1st, which is quickly approaching.
Laramie residents packed the room before their school board Wednesday, expressing staunch opposition to allowing the concealed carrying of firearms in local schools. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines was at the meeting.
Standing room only, packed, people lined up on both sides of the walls, there to talk about the implementation of House Bill 172. And at least among the people who spoke, and there were a lot of people who spoke, nobody is a fan of that. And then also a few of the school board members came out and said they're not fans of it either, but this is a new state law. They have to implement it.
The University of Wyoming's Board of Trustees also said the legislature left them with no choice but to allow concealed carry inside campus buildings, despite strong opposition from UW students, faculty, and staff. A recent report from Wyoming's lead economist offers a mixed bag of good and bad news for Wyomingites. While tourism and employment numbers are strong, Wenlin Liu with the Department of Administration and Information reports that sales tax revenue is down and housing affordability sits at a 40-year low. In fact, Liu told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the housing market in Wyoming is overpriced, and Zillow reports that low inventory has prompted about 11% of homebuyers to pay more than list price to close deals.
Housing affordability still remains a real challenge for Wyoming residents. And he explained how it's really a matter of wages not keeping up with price increases. At the same time, there's this frustrating reality that there's just not a lot of supply. So that's also raising the prices of homes. And the reason there's not a lot of supply is because people are hanging on to their homes because they don't want to let go of really low interest rates. Interest rates in the 2 and 3% as opposed to what's out there now in the 6 and 7 and 8%.
Liu did say that Wyoming's labor market remained healthy in the fourth quarter of 2024, with job growth exceeding that of previous 2 quarters. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, environmental groups are up in arms about a new Republican initiative in Congress to study selling public land to be used for affordable housing and using that money from those sales to help offset the money it will take to enact President Donald Trump's domestic agenda. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis support a similar effort to possibly sell some lands around western cities or national parks to build more housing.
It's a pretty controversial take considering how much public lands Wyoming has and the strong recreation and hunting culture that is in Wyoming. But they believe this could be a solid use of federal land to open up more affordable housing opportunities. However, other outdoor advocates and people like Representative Carly Provenza, a Democrat from Laramie, find this to be a terrible idea. And furthermore, they believe it's being used as a ploy just to fund tax breaks that are given to the wealthy under the budget created under President Donald Trump's administration.
Barrasso said providing more housing opportunities to national parks and Forest Service employees should be a top priority. Gateway communities like Cody and Jackson, towns with particular housing shortage issues, would be specifically targeted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, hour 2 here on a Friday. What do you got planned this weekend? I have I got an uneventful weekend where I gotta just do drudgery. I'm back from a 2-week vacation, so I feel guilty even having a weekend already. And really not, it's not going to be too much fun. I got to do my taxes this weekend. I still haven't done that. I wait till the very end. I don't know. How do you folks do your taxes? Do you have someone do them for you? Do you have an accountant do them for you? That'd be nice. That'd be easy. I used to do them by hand, all myself, with a pencil. And that was crucial because, as I think I've shared previously, my method of doing taxes is unique to me. I understand. I already have the end number before I even start doing my tax. I already know how much I'm going to owe. And I end up owing. I don't get refunds. You know, if I'm on salary, I usually take the most dependents, like 9 dependents, because I don't want money withheld. I want all my money for as long as I can. Then I'll pay my taxes. I don't want money withheld from my paycheck. Or a lot of the work I do is 1099. Is independent contractor, so I'm taxed rather heavily. So I end up paying every year. I know that going in. So the way I do my taxes is I already know how much I owe. I already know that number. I can skip right to the box on my tax form that says, you owe this much. And I pencil that number in, because that's the number I can afford to pay. And then I reverse engineer my taxes. And if there's an IRS agent listening now, they probably already scheduled the audit. Oh, they're like, oh, we're coming over to this guy's house. And I just reverse engineer the whole tax form until I get to that number at the end that I can afford to pay. If it's higher than that, I can't pay it. What can I, I'll just say, hey, sorry, U.S. government, this is here's the money I have. This is what I can afford to pay. And I make the numbers leading up to that work. I fill out all the boxes. I use probably the whole eraser on that pencil trying to get to that final number of tax I owe. That's how I do and now I do TurboTax with the same idea. I do TurboTax all the way till it says, you owe this. I'm like, oh, no, I don't like that number. I just go back screen, go back to that previous back, all the way back to the beginning. And I put in different numbers. Now, some of the numbers you can't just make up, number income reported, but some of the expenses or whatever, I get jiggy with it. I'm going to be arrested on the air, maybe. Yeah, my tax method. Bring it. Yeah, I'm me and TurboTax getting jiggy with it. So I haven't done that, and TurboTax keeps sending me these email reminders. Tax deadline coming up. I know that. Don't worry. TurboTax is worried that I found some other piece of software to do my taxes. That's all TurboTax cares about. You didn't leave us, did you? You didn't go to H&R Block, did you? They're not reminding me that taxes are due for my own sake. They're reminding me that they want to be my accountant, my CPA. So, yeah, I got to do taxes this weekend. Oh, the drudgery, because I'm going to owe. And it's going to be a little painful. And again, all of this, everything I said is completely made up and fabricated if an IRS agent is listening to me. Hopefully, most of them were fired. Trump fired like 7,000 of them, right? Didn't he have Elon Musk can 7,000 IRS agents like on week one of his administration, and nobody cheered louder than me? Good riddance. I saw some people actually defending that. Who was it? It might have been a letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily where somebody said there should be more, not less IRS agents. What? What Kool-Aid are you drinking? Who wants more overreach, oversight on your taxes? Who wants more? There should be less. Yeah, when IRS, I'm going to Google that. I'm pretty sure Trump fired like 7,000. You remember Biden added a whole bunch more. Biden also had Venmo. He's got Venmo tattletaling on you now. That was a Biden administration thing where they decided that a lot of people were doing the side hustle thing, doing side jobs. And the poor U.S. government that's going broke, trillions in debt, our poor U.S. government was mad that we didn't have conventional jobs where our bosses took money right out of our salary before we even saw it in our paycheck. They withhold they withhold federal taxes from you. And then so many of us got going with the side hustle. We didn't have a conventional job. We didn't have a regular W-2. We had we had these side gigs where we were paid via Venmo. And the poor Biden administration said, well, we got to get our hands into that pot. And now they got Venmo tattletelling on you. Whenever you make too much on Venmo, you reach certain thresholds and certain maximums, and now Venmo reports. Even though the money it's not necessarily income. You might not be doing a job. You might not be selling things or providing a service. You might just be getting the money from Who knows? Maybe you got a rich uncle who says, I feel like helping you out this month. Times are tough. Here, I'm going to Venmo you a couple thousand. No, please don't. Because the IRS is going to see that and think it's income, and they're going to tax me. IRS fires 7,000 employees. I'll just put that in the Googler. Yeah. The agency previously fired 7,000. Yeah, I know Biden increased the amount of IRS workers just so they could hassle you and I, the poor tax-paying people. And I think Trump fired him, and now possibly they were reinstated because that's all being gummed up by judges. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, the IRS agents. Yeah, hopefully most of them got fired and they don't have the ability to just watch little guys like me. I'm just a little guy. Just trying to get by. And I got my money taxed when I make it. I got my money taxed when I spend it. I got my money taxed when I save it. I got my money taxed when I purchase something and have already purchased it. This is money that I earned that was taxed when I earned it. And then I bought a car and it was taxed when I bought the car. And now the car is registered and I get it taxed every year for just the privilege of driving it around. I'm making myself angry. And it's a Friday. I don't want to get in a state like that. Wyoming man who says, this is a good story. And I should save it because we got to talk to Don Day in a minute. And I don't want to run into our Don Day. Yeah, I'm going to save this story. The Wyoming, the train engineer who was forced to use AI, he's forced to allow a robot to control his train. What did the robot do? Crashed it. And the guy got hurt. And the guy has received a settlement, the Pinedale engineer. Here's mine. Just crossed my mind. Casey Jones, high on cocaine. It's the only train song I could think of. Maybe I have time to do it. Do I have I don't even have the Zoom room open. Maybe I should do that. I am half checked out for sure. Having to do my, I got all kinds of people in the Zoom room now. John Baggett's in there goofing around. Get out of that Zoom room. I got to get Don Day in here in a minute.
Hey, buddy. Sorry about that. I forgot. Do I have my... Oh, this is...
All right, I'm going to get myself out of the Zoom room. Bags is probably just preparing for his big show tomorrow, as he came on the show yesterday and told us about the guests he's got tomorrow. You don't want to miss this Cowboy State Daily weekend show. John Baggett will be on tomorrow, same time, frame live, and with John Baggett the host. He's got a bunch of guests from beginning to end tomorrow, stacked with interesting guests. That'll be a fun show. Check that out tomorrow. While I'm doing my taxes, your buddy Bag's going to be having fun on a Saturday talking to people. And I'm going to be doing an arduous TurboTax. How cranky do I get when I'm doing taxes, Kimmy K?
I know you usually do it during the day when I'm not
here. Yeah, I usually make sure you're not here because seriously, it involves the gnashing of teeth, the rending of garments, all the Old Testament stuff that, you know, prophets, if you read the Old Testament and whenever they got mad, they used to tear their clothes and throw their sandals and gnash their teeth. That's me doing my taxes. The gnashing of teeth, the cry, alas, woe is me, throwing my sandals and just ripping my toga. Oh, it's so aggravating. So I try to do it when the wife's not here because she doesn't stand for any of that crap. I'm just stalling until Don Day gets in the Zoom room and Baggett gets out. And I don't want to get into this story about Casey Jones and the AI robot that was high on cocaine and crashed the train. This AI robot made a mistake. I knew it. I'm not ready to trust robots with doing everything. I'm not ready to step into the brave new world where artificial intelligence takes my job, your job. Tax the robots. See how much you get out of them. Although I do practically have AI doing my tax. TurboTax is fun. It's easier. And that's sort of like artificial intelligence, sort of like AI assisted tax. Because you need a robot, you need a CPA and an AI and anything else you can get to do your taxes anymore. It's so complicated. All right, I'm going back into the Zoom room. Bags, you better be out of there. I'm going to clean house. Okay, he's out. And we're ready for Don Day's weather. Speaking of trains, we're going to ask Don Day, like, how hard does it need to blow for a train to blow over? I mean, you wouldn't think that happens every day. Let's get into the Zoom room with this guy. It's Don Day, day weather forecast down. We got to start out right now with news of the day from Andrew Rossi. You're quoted in this story as basically, I'll paraphrase. You tell me if it's sort of right. According to data, March was one of the windier, if not the windiest on record for much of the U.S., especially out east. Record setting. Michigan's complaining about how windy it was. Many U.S. cities saw the windiest March they've ever seen. But for Wyoming, it was M-E-H, ho-hum March. Big whoop.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those situations, and as I talked to Andrew, and as I alluded to in the article, is weather data. You got to be really, really careful with weather data because you can make it look and sound and feel like any way you want it, like any data, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it was windy across the United States, but I think it's a fool's errand to derive anything from that article for Wyoming. And because I don't know how they put together the wind. Did they pick one location in Wyoming? Did they pick 5? What did they leave in? What did they leave out? So there's a lot you see in media, social media. You see graphs, you see charts, you see lines, you see trends. Be careful with all of those things because you can make the data. As I like to say, you can torture the data till it confesses. You can take data and torture it to make it come out any way you want it.
And then there's Mark Twain's, lies, damn lies, and statistics. I think it was Mark Twain, but yeah. Just because you're getting empirical data, you're getting actual stats and real numbers, doesn't make it any more real than people licking their finger and sticking it out. It's still, you can fudge the number, you get jiggy with numbers, and sometimes you aren't comparing apples to apples with the numbers. Okay. If I want evidence of wind, I'm looking at semi-trucks flipped over. We were talking earlier this morning, Don Day, about wind events. I was gone for the 2 weeks, and I wish I was here because I would have loved, when I read about this, sitting at the pool waiting for the cabana boy to come by with my frozen margarita. Come on, get a move on. I saw this story about the train that was blown off the tracks, and I thought, it was during a time where Texas had a wind event, and they were showing these trucks blown over, and we're like, that happens every day on I-80. Big deal. Wyoming says, hold our beer. We're going to blow a train over. Is that even possible, Don?
Yeah, and there were some news articles I saw that Wyoming's no longer the windiest state. I'm like, whoa, time out.
Hey.
That's where you got to be careful with these things. Like, how many trains flew over in Michigan? Probably 0.
Right. Yeah, don't get all braggy, Michigan. We're blowing trains off the tracks with our wind, so hold
That's
on.
what I always tell everybody. You know what? I know we hate the wind. We get tired of the wind, but I'm one of those that we should embrace it. So you know what it says? Welcome to Wyoming. I think it should say we're number 1 in wind. Own it. Just own it. Just,
Or as the common phrase is now, and you can say it literally, lean into it. Everybody loves to say,
lean into Wyoming.
Welcome to Wyoming. It's windy. Lean into it, figuratively and literally. One more thing about the wind before we exhaust the topic, and we never will. It's always fun to talk about wind. I heard you mention in the article, and I've seen it so many times on weather maps, where we're looking at a big old low pressure system on the map, big fat one, and we see the jet stream coming in, and we see the wind hit that low and duck under it almost all the time. I think you said wind is going to happen on the bottom of low pressure systems, south of it. Low. Why is that?
Well, it's just the way the weather comes together with low pressure systems is that we get what we call the pressure gradient, the difference between the high and the low pressure. And so when you look at how a low pressure comes together, the heaviest precipitation is always north and northwest of the low, some moisture on the eastern side of the low. The strongest winds are always going to be just south of where the low tracks. And that's just where the differences in air pressure are the strongest. And in our part of the country, it's also aided by our mountains. When you start moving air downhill, down sloping it, that causes some acceleration. Our terrain accelerates the wind. But if you look at like that big wind event in Texas, okay, it's because the low was going across Nebraska. If the low was going across South Texas, they would have gotten rain. They wouldn't have had the wind. So the placement of where you are relative to low pressure centers dictates what kind of wind you're going to have.
Fascinating. The info we glean off you every weekday, Don. I mean, if we retain half of it, we're all going to be meteorologists in about a year of doing on this show. You're really sharing, really dropping the knowledge. We got a great day today. Watch out for the weekend, though. It might not be spectacular.
Most of Saturday for most of the state's going to be pretty good. The western and northern parts of the state will feel the front first tomorrow. But, today's the day where you've got to look really hard. You got to really stretch to find something wrong with today's weather. I mean, it's just going to be awesome. Hopefully, there's a lot of folks that with the longer daylight hours you got now, if you do have to work till 5 o'clock, you still got that weather. I mean, I can envision in my neighborhood towards around 6 or 7 o'clock the smell of barbecue. I think a lot of grills, are going to get fired up.
Barbecue going, lawnmowers, people filling up the pool. I mean, we're going straight to summer today.
Don't buy flowers. Do not do it. You might go to some places that are selling flowers already. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Not yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Well, that's good advice from Don Day Weather Forecast. Let's take a weekend. We'll reconvene Monday.
See you then.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Let's take a quick break on the show.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you?
Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster.
Yeehaw! Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, otherwise known as Tax Preparation Weekend. Ugh. Yeah, I had a regular listener text in saying, Jake, you are going to have visitors from IRS. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I was explaining my methodology for doing taxes. Probably not the same as yours. But it works for me so far. It has worked for me. It's the only way I can think to work it, man. You know, the great 3 things in this world you can count on with steadfast reliability: death, taxes, and the closure of the rec center pool in Jackson. That's a little humor for my friends in Jackson, where we are on KJAX Country Radio. And if you're not in the Jackson area from Jackson, you may not get the joke, but there's news today that the rec center pool has been closed again. It's a pool, it's a body of water that's closed more than it's open. And since they built it, this pool has had problems. Cracks in the pool, the ceiling above the pool's got trouble, and now the filtration system is somehow messed up and the pool's closed again. Sometimes they close the pool just because they can't get any lifeguards. They can't pay a college kid to sit there in the lifeguard chair and be a lifeguard. That pool is, I'm telling you, anecdotally, my observation, closed more than it's open. Death, taxes, and the rec center pool closed yet again in Jackson. Just FYI. I think Andrew Rossi comes on this hour, right? And we can talk to Andrew more about the Wynn story. When does Andrew come on? Yeah, he'll be on 7:45-ish. But meanwhile, we have time to finally get to the story about the Wyoming man who says AI driver wrecked the train, settles with Union Pacific. This Pinedale man was injured. The Pinedale man was the train engineer, the conductor. I don't know what you call him. He's the dude that drives the train. Not the dude that's shoveling coal into the thing. Like, he's got the wheel. Is there a wheel on a train? You don't really need a wheel, right? You can't get off the tracks. I'm not sure what the conductor even does. If you're a guy who drives a train, like, what are you really doing? There's no wheel. I mean, you're doing the speed of it, right? And then you're making sure you don't run over something. Plus, in the old days of being the train driver, you also had to probably ride shotgun for yourself, literally, like in the case of somebody put something on the tracks to make the train stop, and then you got robbed by Jesse James and his gang. So your job as a train conductor in the old days was to also be a pretty good shot with a rifle. But nowadays, a train conductor, I mean, he just goes slow, fast, stops. You don't steer it. It stays on the track, presumably, until it doesn't, until the wind blows so hard it doesn't. But this Pinedale man, it was a train conductor, locomotive engineer, whatever, and he was told on a run back in 2021, May 3rd, Andrew Cairo was told, we want to test out the AI in this train. We want you to allow the robot to drive it. And Andrew's like, he didn't like that idea at all. And who would? Huh? Who amongst us, if we're told, this robot's going to do your job today, even if it's another employee, we bristle up, right? If somebody told me, Shireen, Baggett wants to do your job today, Bags is going to do the show today, I'd be, no, he's not. Unless I want to go on vacation. Unless the IRS arrests me or I want to be in Mexico. But yeah, if we're told somebody else is going to do your job today and we want you to just sit in with them and make sure they do it right. Basically, you're going to supervise and train your replacement. Most of us be like, hell no. And especially if that replacement is a robot. It kind of says a little something about the job you do, right? We can replace you with a computer. All right? You might be the conductor of a train, says Union Pacific, paraphrased by Jake. Not an actual quote. The UP is saying, you might be the train conductor, but we think your job can be done by AI, by robot. Because you don't even need to steer the train. It stays on the track. So what good are you? Let the robot drive it on this run. And Andrew's like, And they say, well, you do it or you're fired. Allegedly. I think I have to say allegedly. So Cairo's like, all right. Sure enough, May 3rd, let me take you there. The train is trying to chug its way up this hill. And Cairo is sitting in the front. Andrew Cairo, he's in the front locomotive. Meanwhile, there's another locomotive in the middle of the train. So one of them is kind of the puller, and one of them's kind of pushing from the middle. And Andrew Cairo's sitting there watching the computer take over, and he sees the computer tells the front locomotive to reduce power going up this hill. And Andrew's like, that's not going to work. We're trying to get up this hill. And the computer instructs the middle locomotive to push harder. And Andrew's like, that's not going to work. And had he taken over, he might have been able to save the whole mess. But what happens when you're going up a hill? You need all locomotives chugging full power, man. You're going up a hill. And you certainly want the one up front pulling hard and not one behind pushing hard. Because what's going to happen when you push too hard from the back and you're not pulling very hard from the front? The train's going to get all wiggly. And the front cars derailed. Sure enough. And in the statement from Andrew Cairo, he said no competent locomotive engineer would have allowed this situation to arise Under these circumstances, according to a document filed in court, we could not find out, we being Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland covered this story. We could not find out what the settlement was, but we know there has been a settlement. No details as to what kind of money, but the case was brought through a lawsuit by Andrew Kyrol last April. He accused Union Pacific Railroad of negligence and violating federal inspection laws stemming from the May 3rd, 2021 crash outside of Green River, Wyoming. In this crash, Andrew Kyrol, the locomotive engineer, was injured, thrown from his locomotive, suffered back injuries. When the computer, the AI computer system software known as Leader, instructed the middle locomotive to push hard and the front locomotive to take a break as this thing went up a hill. And it just confirms my suspicion about AI that every once in a while these computers are going to lose their brain, lose their mind, and they're going to screw something up. They're not infallible. They can't make informed decisions. They just follow a flow chart. It's just a computer. And every computer, no matter how advanced you think you've made it, no matter how much you try to program into the computer, look, we need you to make decisions like a human. Like, I know in ideal conditions, if then, that's how computers think. If this, then this, and that's the flow chart. Is the answer yes? Move to this thing on the flow chart. Is the answer no? Move to this thing over. It's just computers going through the checks and balances. If then else. Boop, boop, boop. That's all. The computer thinks linearly like that, in a linear fashion. It can't think like humans who are taking all kinds of stuff into account. The computer, for instance, might be only thinking, okay, here's a hill, must increase thrust. Okay, that's a good idea, unless you can look ahead down the track and you see there's a whole bunch of track missing. The track's been compromised. It's wrecked. Maybe the computer can't see that. Maybe the computer's video camera on the front is covered with dust and dirt, and it doesn't see the fact that there's no track. In other words, I mean, the computer cannot make every decision correctly. It just can't. And to think that we're going to have driverless cars and driverless trains sounds like something out of the Jetsons at best. And at worst, sounds like a nightmare sci-fi movie. Oh, yeah, we're just going to let computers drive our cars and trains now and fly our planes. Uh-oh. I'm not ready. Maybe the next generation's going to think differently. The kids growing up today who growing up in front of a screen, growing up doing computers for everything, maybe they'll be more reluctant to relinquish, or maybe they'll be less reluctant to relinquish control. But for me, no, I'm hands-on. I don't even use cruise control in my truck. I don't want computers doing any thinking on my behalf. I'll do that. I'm the boss here. This poor guy, Andrew Kyrol, who's got to watch a computer take his job. Let the computer do it, Andrew. And pretty soon we won't even need you. We just need you to babysit the computer. Why did he even need to be on the train then and get hurt? Andrew's probably thinking, well, you don't need me. If you want the computer to do it, go ahead. Have him ride the whole train. I won't even go. Why did he need to be there? Because sure enough, the computer makes a mistake, allegedly. There's been a settlement, though, and crashes the train. And Andrew's like, told you. Damn. Andrew Rossi's coming on next. Stay with us.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
This randomly selected music bed is perfect to lead us into Andrew Rossi's story about that time Donald Duck and his nephews just ran roughshod in Yellowstone, committing lots of bad stuff. I mean, back in the day, what they did was nothing that even would get noticed. This was only the second time America had ever been introduced to the Donald Duck and his 3 nephews, right? It's 1938 cartoon.
Yeah, Huey, Dewey, and Louie first appeared in the comic strip that was inspired by Donald Duck, and then they'd had one animated appearance previously. So this is only the second time the characters appeared in an animated cartoon. And, well, Donald already had his dynamic established with them.
Right. And so maybe we can blame it on the nephews. They didn't know any better, but violations just started stacking up, man, beginning with their tying their tent to a tree. You can't do that. It was interesting. I love the way you told it, Andrew, just finding an old piece of memorabilia, of media, this cartoon. Who doesn't love these Disney cartoons and grew up with them, and then watch how they're portrayed, how they portray and see Yellowstone, and then bring in a Yellowstone. You brought in like a law enforcement, a park ranger, and you're like, are they allowed to do this? He went down a checklist of, all the bad stuff they did.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surreal moment to approach a retired Yellowstone law enforcement ranger and say, hey, can you watch this Donald Duck cartoon and tell me what you'd cite him for?
That's funny. And who was it? He played along and then had a sense of humor at the end saying, you know what, though? I couldn't even give him this citation because we can't cite a duck.
Yeah, it'd be difficult because like he is sentient. He has a personality. He can speak, but he is a duck. So I guess that'd be the angle he'd lean on in court would be my wager.
It's a great story. You got to read. A lot of fun. It came out. We didn't have time to talk about it earlier in the week. That story's been out for a while. April 5th, it dropped. Andrew Rossi, his story about that time. Donald Duck and his nephews took a little time in Yellowstone and, committed the things that we all did in Yellowstone. I mean, it was the cartoon creators that were just doing things that we were doing. We were feeding bears. We were doing all kinds of naughty behavior. I guess we know better now in this informed age.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd want to meet a bear who would be interested in eating honey, ketchup, and flour and beans mixed together. I don't think that's appetizing to anybody.
Really? Yeah, I don't know I want to meet too many bears. And if I did, I just hope Mark Hines is not by my side with his pepper spray at the ready, because we've seen video evidence of how slow Hines can react to a charging grizzly. That was pretty fun to watch. We had some fun. We've had some fun all morning talking about Wyoming wind. It seems to be, we might as well joke about it because it isn't going anywhere. Actually, it is going somewhere. It's going to Nebraska and then on to wherever. It's just always blowing here. Your story about Wyoming's kind of normal wind. I mean, record-breaking March for much of the U.S., especially back east. We got Michigan wants to claim it had winds never before, and Wyoming says, it was a regular March.
Yep, I mean, the assumption that Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day and I came to is that there was no way of knowing the methodologies in terms of how do you rank the windiest months from place to place, because wind isn't like weather. It's a bit more nebulous than that. So yeah, Michigan might have had stronger winds on average, but most of those wind measurements are taken from places like airports because that's what has the longest standing records to compare it with. So we had 116 mile per hour winds on Mount Coffin in March, but those probably weren't factored into whatever analysis and methodology was used to determine the windiest marches, at least in recorded history. So it's anybody's guess. Wyoming might have been more windy in March than that list would suggest. Might have been less windy, but it was windy.
Yeah, and the conclusion you came to, and Don Day says it all the time, he's like, careful with numbers, careful with data. They can be massaged to give the answer you want, tortured, he says, to give the answer you want to get to, just like the way I do my taxes. I torture the numbers till they get to an answer I want to get to. But
well, I'm sure Don would be more than happy to comment and give praises on media outlets that do weather stories if he can analyze their methodologies and have a discussion about, okay, here's what they use to get to this conclusion. But a lot of these stories don't post about what their methodologies are to reach those conclusions. So it's kind of hard to have a discussion about it because you don't know what they did to get to the end result.
Right. So in other words, we're going to throw all the data right out the window and we're going to go to anecdotal evidence of wind, and none more compelling telling a story than the train that blew over. It was when I was on break. I love that story because it was at a time, it was right after Texas had some wind event and it blew over some trucks. And, we're in Wyoming. We're thinking that's every day on I-80. Like, big deal. You had one day where you blew trucks over. And then finally, Wyoming just trumps that with a hold my beer moment. And a train blows over with Wyoming wind. That's impressive.
Oh, yeah. I guess that Wyoming must have somehow saw our story about it not being that windy, and that was hold my beer, I'll take care of this.
Right. Blow a train right off the tracks. What the heck is, and you can give us the answer, what the heck? It's a giant rock X in Sybil Canyon near Wheatland. I've seen this photo on Facebook or on some kind of Facebook group, And I should have thought to contact you because I had the same feeling. I'm like, what is that? That's weird. Andrew should look into that.
It's complicated, so I guess the best way I'll use my hands because that's always a good thing to use when describing geology. So when you have a flat bed of rock, occasionally you'll get magma that gets thrust into that rock through cracks. So that's what you call a dike. So it's new magma being inserted in there, but it's only an X from our perspective. So we're seeing it from, cross section like so. But then if you were to expand it, it's actually these wide plains of magma that intruded into cooler rock and then cooled off once they intruded into that rock. So it's a pretty common phenomenon in geology to get these sort of things. So the magma under the surface, deep under the surface, several hundreds of miles, I'm not sure if it's hundreds of miles to the center of the earth, but it's deep below the surface. This wouldn't be happening in a spot where we could see it. But you had an existing layer of rock. This magma intruded into it and then exploited whatever cracks were in there. It spread out. So these dikes, they can cover hundreds of miles in some cases of area. But in cross section, they're very thin. So what we're seeing is the cross section of two of these dikes that happen to form an X shape once you cut into the landscape. That's why geologists love road cuts around the nation, because as you're cutting into hillsides to create roads, you expose that geology, and then suddenly there's all this cool stuff to study. I can't tell you how many, when I was doing my geology degree, how many times we'd be on a field trip and we just pull over at random road stops and study what was exposed.
It's like ants to a picnic. If you want to collect a few geologists, just start cutting a road through a mountain and they'll just show up like, whoa, look at that. That's
unrelated, Jake. When I took a geology field trip to Iceland, and everybody, the limit when you're traveling is 50 pounds for a bag that's going on a plane. Well, we deliberately packed our bags under 50 pounds, anticipating that by the time we got back on the plane, we'd have 50 pounds worth of rocks to make up the difference. And all of us did.
When you were asked at customs, do I have anything to declare? You're like, yeah, a bag full of Iceland. Or wait, where'd you go?
Iceland, yeah.
Yeah, I got a bag full of Iceland with me, bringing some back. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'm glad you explained how the dike got created to be like crooked, because I thought it was, and maybe sometimes there are occasions where it is where you see earth get tilted. Sometimes you see like layers of rock and they aren't horizontal layers because of, all kinds of shifts that have happened over the millennia, like actual mountainsides get tilted. I see that all over the Grove out here where I am.
Yeah, geology is a messy science, and things twist, things change, things go upside down, and then they get folded on top of each other. It's messy stuff, which makes it so interesting.
All right, and finally, Andrew, introduce us to Wyoming's Brontosaurus. He's become world famous, not once, more than once. How is that possible? A Brontosaurus that lived 150 million years ago, rediscovered, lost, discovered again. What's going on with this thing?
So it's something I need to write a story about in general, but Brontosaurus was discovered in the 1870s, and it's the original specimen. So there's this whole period called the Bone Wars, where two paleontologists who disliked each other personally and professionally came out to Wyoming, and they tried to find as many new dinosaur species as they could, and they were stepping on each other's toes. They were sabotaging each other. Very interesting period of history. Michael Crichton's last book, the last book that was published based on what he was working on, was called Dragon Teeth, and it was based on this period of time. But anyway, so Marsh finds a partial skeleton of a dinosaur. He calls it a Apatosaurus. He finds a much better, more complete skeleton of a dinosaur. He calls it Brontosaurus because he recognized this is a big deal. I could get a lot of publicity out of how cool this thing is. And Brontosaurus is by far a much better name. But then both of the paleontologists who fought the Bone Wars died, and then everyone's like, okay, are they gone? All right, let's reassess what they actually did now that they're not hovering over our shoulders. And then back in I believe it was 1908, Other paleontologists looked at Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus and decided these are too similar to be different animals. They're different species of the same animal. And because Apatosaurus was named first, that became the official name. So, like I said, like the artist formerly known as Prince, Apatosaurus was formerly known as Brontosaurus. You couldn't mention the two. You had to mention the two in the same breath. But then a paleontologist who I actually know, Emmanuel Schopp, he was doing a reassessment of sauropod specimens from Wyoming, trying to figure out exactly how many species were out there. And he examined the original Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus specimens, and he determined that they are very similar dinosaurs, but they do have a series of distinct differences that merited them being separate again. So that's how Brontosaurus became a dinosaur, then went defunct, and then got reestablished as a dinosaur again, and could go defunct in the future. He doesn't rule out the possibility that future analyses could determine that no, they aren't different enough to be different. They're different but the same. So it's just the nature of how science works. We get new data, we get new technology, and that changes our assumptions about what we thought we knew.
It's all part of the sauropod saga, as Andrew Rossi so perfectly calls it. Brontosaurus becomes world famous twice. Read that story and more from Andrew Rossi. Thanks for dropping in, Andrew. Have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
All right. Top of the hour news break next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 11th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A head-on collision involving a pickup and an SUV on Wednesday night outside of Cokeville left 9 juveniles hurt, some of whom suffered serious injuries and required air ambulance transport. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George spoke to a neighbor who ran to the scene near his home. Kenny Peterson and his wife found a grim scene and said that, quote, "It's a miracle that all 9 high school-age teens involved survived."
You have broken bones. One of the kids has a broken pelvis, and then we have other sort of odds and ends, but nothing that's not recoverable. According to the Highway Patrol, what had happened was the Highlander, which was heading in one direction, apparently jumped the lane and hit the Dodge Ram. Right now, there is no indication that alcohol or anything was involved or that there was any sort of mechanical problem with the cars.
The 2 vehicles were coming from different directions and activities. One was full of teens returning from practice for a school singing group. Sweetwater County Sheriff John Grossnickel on Thursday signed a memorandum of understanding between his office and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the federal agency has not yet finalized the agreement, but the sheriff signed the local office into an arrangement by which up to 5 deputies will be authorized to act as immigration agents.
They already for years have had this thing where they can house ICE detainees for more than 48 hours, which is unique. A lot of jails can only go up to 48 hours if they house them for ICE at all. Also, they were recently fast-tracked for what's called the jail enforcement model, where their jail deputies can investigate people who are incarcerated for local crimes to see if they're illegal immigrants or otherwise violating immigration law.
The Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office's various agreements indicate that it has the most cooperative relationship with ICE of any Wyoming county. A video showing a naked boy with marks on the left side of his thigh and buttocks was shown to jurors as evidence of abuse prosecutors say a former award-winning foster parent inflicted on his children. Stephen Marler is on trial in Natrona County District Court, charged with 26 charges that involve sexual abuse of minors, battery, and child endangerment. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in the courtroom for Tuesday's hearing, which involved testimony from a sheriff's investigator and photos and videos obtained from the Marler home.
Sheriff's Office investigators said that she had gone to the Marler home after the investigation of the Marlers began and seized the DVR. And initially there was nothing on the DVR, but she found out that Casper Police Department had a program that would be able to recapture deleted videos. And so they ended up finding more than 1,000 videos on there.
Marler is being tried on 2 counts of first degree, 7 counts of second degree, and 11 counts of third degree sexual abuse of a minor. He's also charged with 5 counts of battery and 1 count of child endangerment. The time frame for the allegations spans a decade from November 2012 to June 2022. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, according to data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, March was one of the windiest months on record across the U.S. Average sustained wind speeds were above historical averages, and nearly every city in the eastern half of the U.S. set new wind gust records. But triple-digit wind gusts aren't uncommon in Wyoming, so no records were broken here. And Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that our normal windy weather still blows away many other states' records.
We were having wind gusts of 116 miles per hour in Wyoming, but that's not abnormally windy. That's just Wyoming. So what's abnormal in one place isn't in another place, and that 116 mile per hour wind gust might not have even factored into whatever methodology was used to generate that article.
In the Washington Post's ranking for winds in March, Wyoming ranked 43rd with its 23rd windiest March on record. But that's because Wyoming's March, while windy, wasn't really any windier than typical, while the other states were setting records. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Welcome back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we enter the third hour of this finally Friday edition. On to the weekend. I'm taking a look at the latest Trump initiatives, and I can get down with maybe all of them. As the economy and Wall Street is in some kind of roller coaster right now due to tariffs. Okay. Hopefully that sorts itself out. But more importantly, we need Greenland. And Trump says that he has not given up on getting Greenland. That was the word he used. His plan to get Greenland. How do you get Greenland? Maybe buy it. The latest story in the New York Times is headlined, "Inside Trump's Plan to Get Greenland. Persuasion, Not Invasion." So we're not going to go to war over taking Greenland from Denmark. Denmark, I guess, owns Greenland. Greenland is not a country, then? Am I to understand? Obviously, it's an island, a huge one. And I think we all kind of know by now, we've all figured out that Iceland is green and Greenland is ice. They're kind of inappropriately named. Some people say that was purposely done. And I think it's maybe tongue-in-cheek kind of a joke, or maybe it's true. But I've heard it said that Iceland called itself Iceland so no one would come visit it. They thought, well, it's beautiful. We're a beautiful green island. Everybody's going to want to visit it and come and live here. So let's call ourselves Iceland. That sounds like a place nobody wants to go. I don't know. But Greenland is primarily, it's not terribly hospitable. It's not Florida. But it does play perhaps a strategic role in international security if you're the United States. In fact, President Trump said so. He said, we need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try to get it. He told Congress last month. He's doubled down on it. He's not given up on it at all. Greenland is 836,000 square miles. It's a big, big, big island. But I guess it's not I really show my ignorance here. I thought Greenland was like a country. Is Greenland? But how can it be a country if Denmark owns it? Is Greenland a country? See, it's one of the most popular Google questions. Google's trying to automatically finish my question. I said, is Greenland, and that's as far as I got, and Google's finishing my thought for me. He says, is Greenland a country? No, it's not. It's not an independent country. It's an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. So, President Trump's plan to get Greenland would have to involve some kind of cooperation from Denmark. And at this point, it's not happening. Danish officials angrily insist that the sparsely populated island is not for sale and cannot be annexed. Yet President Trump has said it's still high on his agenda. He wants Greenland. In this story in the New York Times, there's a suggestion that one way maybe to get it is to pay everybody in Greenland $10,000. I'm not kidding. Now, that might work. Annual payment of about $10,000 for every Greenlander. How many people could possibly live in Greenland? I'm going to have to go to the Googler again. Population, because that's a pretty chunk of change. 10 grand a year for everybody who lives in Greenland. Population of Greenland. There can't be that many people. Oh, it's nothing. 56,000 people live in Greenland. That's it. I'm not surprised. I don't think it's a place where you can really carve out a living. I think it's like the Arctic. It's like Antarctica. Here's Wikipedia. With a population of 56,000, Greenland is the least densely populated country in the world. Well, we just learned it's not a country. Wikipedia. But let's just say the Danish territory, the Danish island, is not very populated. 56,000 people? We got that many people in Casper right now. So 56,000 times 10,000 a year. That's like $500,000 a year to keep the Danish people, to keep Greenlanders happy. Seems like a small price to pay, considering it was this day in history that the United States shelled out like $15 million for the Louisiana Territory. So buying Greenland by paying off the citizens of Greenland 10 grand apiece would be a paltry sum. That's nothing. This day in history, in 1803, by the way, Napoleon's treasury minister offered to sell Louisiana, the territory. It was a lot more than what would become the state of Louisiana, obviously. It was a whole swath of land. In total, it was millions of acres. I'm going to have to look that up too. Louisiana. And it was purchased for $15 million. Which back then, I mean, that's a lot of money. France sold Louisiana to the U.S. for $15 million, primarily because, obviously, Napoleon Bonaparte was facing all kinds of war problems. He needed funds for a potential war with Britain. Bonaparte was having all kinds of problems at home, and he needed ready cash to go buy weapons. And he really didn't have eyes on when it comes to Louisiana Territory. That was way over there in the New World. So he's like, I can make a quick $15 million here. Meanwhile, the U.S. is thinking we're making a steal. And the Louisiana Territory sold for $15 million. The agreement made on this day in history, 1803, finalized in 1805. And of course, we got the Lewis and Clark expedition to kind of go out and see what it is we bought. Anyway, just making comparisons as to how cheap it would be to buy Greenland compared to how expensive it was to buy a whole chunk of the United States back in 1803. $15 million in 1803? That had to seem like stupid money. I mean, $15 million now, your average baseball athlete makes that spitting tobacco in the dugout for a couple innings. That's nothing, $15 million. But in 1803, that was a little bit of money. So if we could make our way into Greenland by simply giving everybody who lives in Greenland $10,000 a year, nothing. That's nothing. It's a great idea. Brilliant. I don't know if it'll work. The Trump administration is studying financial incentives for Greenlanders, including the possibility of paying every Greenland person $10,000 a year. The money would be derived, hopefully, the thought is, through extraction of rare earth minerals. Boy, how many times we keep hearing about rare earth minerals. Greenland is sitting on a lot of natural resources. The problem is it's all the way underneath all that ice, but we'll figure out ways to get to it. Rare earth minerals, copper, gold, uranium, oil, who knows what's under Greenland. Denmark has been really underutilizing Greenland, and Trump can't wait to get in there and take it or buy it or something. I just thought it was interesting. Another thing that Trump's been working on, and he may have cooperation from the Democrats on this, we may have bipartisan agreement on the idea of stopping the clock, stopping this foolish daylight savings time stuff. I'm looking at this story in particular. Fox News has it. The GOP and Dems, Republicans and Democrats, come together to end daylight savings time over health and economic concerns. I don't care what the reason is, whether you think it's unhealthy to spring forward and fall back. Is that bad for our health, our cyclical, our clocks, our internal clock? Do we lose sleep over it? Do we get sick over it? I don't know. Economically, does it mean that we toil in the dark so we're not going to work as much and the economy is going to go in the crapper? I don't think daylight savings time affects the economy nearly as much as your average hurricane in the Gulf or tariffs. I don't know that daylight savings time is a strong economic driver one way or another. But Chairman Ted Cruz, Republican, Texas, is on the Senate Commerce Committee that is looking into whether we should stop adjusting the clocks. And there seems to be agreement from both sides of the aisle. So why can't we get this done? Daylight savings time. We've seen how things move so slowly politically because they're tied up with injunction. They're tied up with with filibustering. Who was that Democrat the other day that filibustered for like 24 hours? He talked. I mean, I think I can talk a lot. 4 hours on the air every morning, just talking. But 24 hours? That's filibustering, man. That's a whole nother level. That's next level morning show. Next level talking. Hats off to you, buddy. 24 hours straight talking, filibustering. That's the reason things don't get done in D.C. That's the reason laws don't get passed and things don't move forward, is because we got two sides diametrically opposed, banging heads like mountain goats, like bighorn sheep. But here we got a case where both sides agree. Yeah, daylight savings time is probably stupid. At the least, it's a pain in that butt. Let's get rid of it. So why? This should have been done yesterday. Let's go. The economy, our health, whatever you want to say the concerns are. Ted Cruz has brought in Massachusetts neurology physician Dr. Karen Johnson, who spoke about the health concerns associated with changing the time twice a year. Yeah, I don't know. Does it mess up your circadian rhythm, your vascular system? Does it cause sleep deprivation? It's no worse than jet lag. Everybody gets over it within a day or two. If it affects you at all, I don't think it's that big a deal as far as your health concerns. I think we need a health expert to come on and testify. Let's just do it. End the daylight savings time already. Pick one and go with it. Both Democrats and Republicans in agreement. Oh my goodness, you're never going to get that again. Anywhere, anytime. Do it. Stop the clock. What was the other Trump? Oh, and then yesterday we talked about Trump saying he's going to do away with low flow shower heads. President Trump is on to some fascinating things in his first couple months here of whether you agree with him or not. Even if you're a hardcore Democrat, you've got to admit that President Trump is often addressing the most pressing issues of the day. I can't get enough water flow out of the shower. I want that water ripping down because I'm late to work waiting for the shampoo to get washed out of my hair with this low flow shower head that's been mandated by the Biden administration. Imagine that, the president telling you how much water can fly out of your shower. That's intrusive. So Trump's trying to run that back. Good. And he's also trying to get Greenland. Okay. But Greenland's sitting around there underutilized. Nobody's using it. I like the Danish people. I love their desserts. I got nothing against Denmark. The Danes are cool with me with their wooden shoes and their good chocolate. But they're not doing anything with Greenland. It's going to waste. It's a big, giant island up there just doing nothing but snow storage right now. We can get a lot more out of it, the U.S. We can put some missile bases on that thing, and we can mine the crap out of it. We'll be digging oil and gold, and we'll set up some missile silos, and we'll get a proper use out of Greenland that's just sitting there freezing right now with only 56,000 people on it. You can evacuate that entire island in about an hour and a half with 2 cruise ships. We need more. We're expecting more out of you, Greenland. And if the Danes aren't ready to do it, then by God, America will. Let's get into Greenland. We shouldn't take it by force, though, because the entire world is watching. And that could really make U.S. look like a bully. But shelling out $10,000 to every citizen in Greenland doesn't sound like a bad idea. There's only 56,000 of them. That's nothing. We got Wendy Coors coming out. Normally, Bill Sniffen would have been here at this time, but we had him yesterday because Bill is busy today. So, yeah, we're moving things around the schedule. We'll tell you where and when to watch out for grizzly bear captures. They are underway by Wyoming Game and Fish. When we come back, that and more. Right after these, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
This is too mellow of a play-in. I need something a little more juiced up. I'm falling asleep. It's supposed to be Friday of the weekend. No. Ooh, okay. This has some urgency to it. This is better. Yeah, this feels like a Friday strutting your stuff kind of thing. This is chest out, leisure suit wearing, John Travolta strutting, platform shoe stomping, kind of a Friday groove, right? That's the vibe I need right now. It is the weekend. It's a beautiful day out. It's the kind of weather where you want to go out and trap a grizzly or two. And that's what Wyoming Game and Fish is doing. I will share some personal opinion about this topic and this story, as I always do. with full knowledge that I understand why Game and Fish, and it's not just Wyoming Game and Fish, they're working in cooperation with federal agency, the Game and Fish, and the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team. Every year, annually, in the spring, right about this time, these agencies capture grizzly. They trap them. They attract them with some rancid meat. They just go to they go to the grocery store like the rest. I know lots of bear hunters, and they go dumpster diving to go get their bear bait. It is legal to bait bears in Wyoming. It's perfectly legal. It's the grizzly bear can't be hunted, of course. That's a protected species, but the black bear can be hunted, and it is legal to hunt them by attractant, where it would not be with other animals. You can't bait elk or deer, but for the bear, you can bait them. And I know lots of bear hunters that bait, and they bait the bear with stuff they found in the dumpster outside Albertsons. Or you can ask Albertsons, can we have your rancid meat? You work out a deal. So Game and Fish is baiting bears right now and capturing them in traps, and then they dart them. They're going to have to knock them out because they do studies. They take some hair samples. They measure their teeth. They do all this stuff to them. They may collar them. Some they collar, some they don't. They mark them perhaps and then release them. And it's all part of study that's being done to try to ascertain how many grizzly bears are out there, where they go, where they are, what they do. We need to know everything about the grizzly bear in order to show the suit-wearing politicians in Washington, D.C. and wherever, show them empirical data. Here's what we've learned about grizzlies. There's this many. Most of them are here. Some of them are here. And here's what they do. Here's where they go. And all this is used as part of the argument of whether the bear should be then protected still or not protected, or whether the state should manage the bear. This all has to be done because you need data. You can't just say off the top of your head. You can't just be some Wyoming Game and Fish official from Wyoming and go testify to Congress and say, there's a lot of bears out here. We think there's a lot of bears. We think there's too many bears, and they're eating cattle, and they're getting in conflicts. They're attacking hunters, and it's time to take them off the endangered species list. You can't just say that without the actual evidence. You got to bring the data. The data is derived from these captures, which are going on right now. Annual monitoring and capture. So the Game and Fish is just giving you the heads up that they're doing it in Northwest Wyoming, because should you, as an outdoor recreationalist, as a hiker, let's say, should you happen upon one of these scenes, that could be bad news. In fact, it has been. Going back years ago, there was a dude from Montana. I can go look this up, but I'm not interested in getting on the Googler again. I'm wearing the poor Siri out today. But years ago, there was a guy who walked into a capture scene where a bear had been captured, drugged, tested, monitored, and then released. And this guy didn't heed the signs or didn't see the signs that are put up saying grizzly bear capture area. And he encountered a really pissed off grizzly, a grizzly that was caught. I mean, imagine how traumatic for a grizzly bear. This thing, he's following his nose. Oh, I smell something good. He sees what it is, and then the gate comes down behind him. He's trapped. And then the next thing you know, somebody's firing a dart into his butt, and he falls asleep. The next thing he wakes up, and he's got this collar on, an ear tag, and he doesn't feel too good. Yeah, he's angry. And the first thing he sees is some dude come hiking along, and things did not end well for that dude. So the Game and Fish, every year they try to get the word out, and they're doing it now. All areas where captures are being conducted will have major access points marked with warning signs as well as area closure signs. Don't even come in here, the signs will say. And it's critical, obviously, the Game and Fish says, that all members of the public heed these signs. When captured, animals are marked, released on site, and monitored in accordance with guidelines developed jointly by Game and Fish and the interagency grizzly bear study team. These captures, these studies go on every year, annually in spring, and you don't want to be anywhere near where they're happening. And it's my opinion, and I'll go into the room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
It's my opinion, and others who know a thing or two about bears, that this study is being excessively done. At this point, we have studied the bear to such degree that we've darn near captured every grizzly bear out there at one point or another. We've collared a whole mess of them. We know all things about the grizzly bear. Let's leave them alone for a while, because this excessive handling of bears and the study and this capture, these trapping and the drugging and the testing, it's not good for the bear. They learn bad things from humans with these encounters. And I think it doesn't need to be done anymore. I know it needs to be done so we have some kind of data to show politicians who don't know any other way. But seriously, at some point, we have got to lay off with the whole bear trapping and monitoring and collaring. Let the bears be wild. Let all the animals be wild. Do we need to know every waking movement of the bear? Every time it has a bowel movement, do we need to know that? Do we need to know everywhere the mule deer goes? We're taking the wild out of wildlife at this point. That's my opinion. I think we're doing too much of the studying, but, the studies are going on. That's what we're trying to tell you. Bear captures are going on right now, every spring. So if you see signs, be watching for signs. If you're out and about, don't be in that area. Don't go in that area. Here's a story from David Madison, and this is sort of a, tell me something I don't know story. Wyoming housing market is tight, and way overpriced still. Even with mortgage rates inching down a little bit, even with inventory loosening up a little bit across the nation, Wyoming's real estate really tight. David Madison quotes Wyoming's chief economist in this story saying it's still tough for home buyers in the state with an overpriced market. Zillow reports a lack of available homes to buy, and an 11% of home buyers paying more than the list price. It doesn't usually happen, doesn't often happen. Whenever you think about real estate buying, and we have our friends up there at 307 Real Estate up in Cody, and we could maybe ask them as experts, but typically when you're in the market looking to buy a home and somebody lists the home at, $400,000, let's say, you don't offer $400,000. You always lowball that, right? That's called negotiation. They list at $400,000. You come back with $350,000. And then they come back with a counter, $375,000, and then you shake hands. That's your typical real estate transaction. In this bizarro world that we're living in, Zillow reports that 11% of the time this transaction takes place over the list price. What happens so often now is people are so desperate to buy that house, they don't even want somebody else in the negotiation room with you. They don't want to know somebody else is on the line as well. They just come right in with cash offer, or they come in overshooting the ask price. Unbelievable. But that's happened. That's what's going on now. That's how tough it is in the housing market. Why is the housing market's so tight. David Madison goes on to explain a lot of it has to do, according with the economist Liu. Liu is the chief economist for the Economic Analysis Division in Cheyenne. Wenlin Liu. He said a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are hanging on to their home right now because they're in such an advantageous mortgage rate. They bought, for those folks who bought when mortgage rates were historically low, like 3% or less, they're not going to give up their house now and go back out on the market with mortgage rates up there at 8 or 7, whatever they are. So the inventory is really small, really tight, because nobody wants to get out of their home right now. If you're in your home with a low mortgage rate, you're not going anywhere. And that has made for a real tight market. I think we know that. I think we knew that. And now there's evidence from Wyoming's chief economist, Wenlin Liu, that, yeah, it's tight. Housing market in Wyoming overpriced, with 11% of buyers paying more than the list price. David Madison talked with our own Wendy Core, and it sounds like this.
A recent report from Wyoming's lead economist offers a mixed bag of good and bad news for Wyomingites. While tourism and employment numbers are strong, Wenlin Liu with the Department of Administration and Information reports that sales tax revenue is down and housing affordability sits at a 40-year low. In fact, Liu told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the housing market in Wyoming is overpriced, and Zillow reports that low inventory has prompted about 11% of home buyers to pay more than list price to close deals.
Housing affordability still remains a real challenge for Wyoming residents. And he explained how it's really a matter of wages not keeping up with price increases. At the same time, there's this frustrating reality that there's just not a lot of supply. So that's also raising the prices of homes. And the reason there's not a lot of supply is because people are hanging on to their homes because they don't want to let go of really low interest rates in the 2 and 3%, as opposed to what's out there now in the 6 and 7 and 8%. And so home prices continue to stay out of reach for a lot, and that's concerning. In some other research that I cite in the story, it appears that up to 11% of homes in Wyoming are actually selling for more than they're listed for, suggesting that there's a bidding war that might go on because the supply is so low and the number of buyers are greater than the supply.
Liu did say that Wyoming's labor market remained healthy in the fourth quarter of 2024, with job growth exceeding that of the previous 2 quarters.
Yeah, along those same lines, we received a story from Leo Wolfson saying that Senators Barrasso and Lummis support selling off public land in order to help affordable housing efforts. Senators Barrasso and Lummis support selling some lands around western cities or national parks to build more housing. They already co-sponsored a bill in 2024 called the Houses Act to further this goal. And there's more efforts underway by Congress, led by Lummis and Barrasso, who understand housing is tight in Wyoming. Cynthia Lummis told the Cowboy State Daily, too many Wyoming families are affected by housing scarcity, and I believe this legislation would deliver meaningful benefits. Barrasso also is quoted as saying, "We are blessed to host millions of visitors from across the country and around the world. But when it comes to housing, more needs to be done. The bipartisan bill will help address the growing demand for housing," Barrasso says, by making it possible for these agencies to partner with the private sector and find solutions to housing shortage. So Wyomingites, your senators are at work. They hear you. They understand housing is an issue. Let's take a quick break. Get Wendy Core into the room right after this. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in hour number 3. That's Wendy Core in the Zoom room. Actually, Wendy in a vehicle driving around.
It's driving on very bumpy roads here in southern Nebraska.
Oh, I was going to say it looks like it was windy in Wyoming is the reason you're about to.
Not quite. Nope. Bad roads in Nebraska is where
All
we're
right.
at. We're on our way to Oklahoma City for the Western Heritage Award ceremony.
Yeehaw. All right.
Yeehaw! Yeah, it's gonna be great. But yeah, I've got to hold on to the darn laptop this way because it's just so bumpy.
Well,
yeah, Jake, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be back. Did you have a good time? Shireen's great, huh? Did you have a nice time talking with her?
Yeah, she was great. No, I'm so impressed with Shireen. We're just so glad to have her as part of our team now, even though we're not going to see her as often unless you decide you're going to take more vacation time.
Yeah.
But you had a great vacation.
I
Came
feel-
back with a tan.
I feel like I'm coming down with something even today. So, yeah, we might need Shireen on standby at any given moment.
Oh, my goodness.
So you're driving, the old adage is Wyoming wind blows because Nebraska roads suck.
That's, yes.
Maybe
that is a
something like that.
popular adage.
But
something like that.
It is windy in Wyoming for sure. And last month it was windy for everybody. We hear news from Andrew Rossi with Don Day confirming that it was super windy across the country. A lot of records fell as far as wind is concerned. But for Wyoming, it was kind of March.
Yeah, March, exactly. No, I mean, what's it, 116 on Mount Coffin? And that's, that's, nobody stands up on that. But again, that's just Wyoming. And his story was just about that. We ranked way down as far as the windiest month, but it's all about how they spin the report. Wyoming's just windy all the time. And yes, It was not our windiest month. That's just because it's windy all the time.
Yeah, these other states other states that want to get all braggy on their wind, like Michigan saying it was the windiest March since they've been keeping records. Wyoming says, hold our beer. We're going to blow a train over. You remember like a couple weeks ago, that train north of Rock River blew a train right off the track, man. That's wind. So, hey.
Yes.
Come on.
No, we've got a lot to be proud of here in Wyoming, don't we?
And that
kind of wind, we can hold up on that.
I know. In Wyoming, it just makes us stronger. We learn to lean into it, both literally and figuratively. It's windy, and we just lean into it. We're also blessed in this state, and Cokeville is doubly blessed. This story reminds me, this accident, this is teen-on-teen accident. I mean, it's just Murphy's Law of highway freakiness that it's in two vehicles full of teens, both trying to return from or get to their events, and teens head on with 9 total involved, but no fatalities. And some folks who came on the scene, eyewitnesses, and saw the wreckage saying it 100% miracle. Ooh.
Yeah, it could have been another one of those situations like between Fort Collins and Laramie, where the student athletes were killed, but it was not everybody walked away. Well, sort of. One kid with broken pelvis, I'm sure, did not walk away. But at the same time, these people are alive and no alcohol involved. It's not a situation like that. I mean, it's just like you say, a miracle that everybody survived in the community of Cokeville. I mean, this is the second miracle that Cokeville has had in their history.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. They're going back to the mid 80s when the bomber at the elementary school. I mean, there's somebody looking out over Cokeville. I got a feeling that's really
that is exactly right.
Super good news, though. Let's get back to the train wreck stuff. And on a related note, the Pinedale locomotive engineer who was basically forced to allow the robot to drive his train. The Union Pacific said, we want AI. We're testing AI. We want AI to run your train. And the locomotive guy is like, can you imagine? Like you and I, if somebody said, we want a robot to do your job and we want you to babysit the robot while it happens, you would bristle up a little bit over that. And sure enough, this robot crashes the train, allegedly, and a settlement with the injuries involved by the locomotive engineer. The robot didn't drive the train very well, I guess.
Yeah, and you got to feel for the guy. He was just doing his job. It's like, okay, I work for the company. The company says I'm going to do this, but this happened, and it is not my fault. So...
Right.
Yeah.
Even as it happened, he's like the computer was making decisions I would not have made. It was reducing power to the front locomotive, increasing power to a middle locomotive. He's like, oh, you shouldn't do that. And sure enough, he got hurt in the crash, and a lawsuit and finally a settlement over that. The story by Claire McFarland.
Yeah, and I talked to Claire about that, and of course, there's no telling. I mean, the settlement could mean anything. It doesn't mean that the company is being guilty. It doesn't even mean that it's going to be a financial settlement. It could just be that it's a situation where the guy says, I want better training here, or I want this to be fixed. But he definitely, they settled the lawsuit, whatever that was. But of course, nothing was disclosed.
Yeah, the engineer and UP both said, we got to make this go away somehow. And it must have been lawyers worked it out. But right. We got our own Dale Killingback, who's following this, what's expected to be a lengthy and complex trial involving the former award-winning. This foster father and this family was noted for the way they did foster care back in 2013. We go from that to Now he's facing 26 child sex charges. And we saw a disturbing video in the courtroom the other day. At least Dale did.
Yes.
This is, it's hard to think
No, and
about this one.
it is hard to think about this one. I think that's why this trial has captured so many people's attention, is the idea that this man was lauded for how well he worked with the kids, for how well the kids were doing in his care, and then for him to abuse that, for him to turn and really, what's the word, to skew all of that goodness into his own perverse satisfaction is just, it's heartbreaking and it's evil. I mean, that's my opinion. It's just, it's very, very sad to see. And I don't know how a defense attorney spins that. How does a defense attorney spin that?
I said the same thing this morning. If I'm the guy who has to defend, I would call for, could I get AI to do my job? Because I don't know how to defend. You're right, because the search warrant, it took one of the kids to come forward. And even when she did that, she ended up clamming up, getting all scared and angry just thinking about it. But it was enough to get authorities to get a search warrant. They uncover a DVR. It had been erased, but they were able to recover like 9,000 videos and they saw some of the videos. And yeah, I don't know how you defend that. Now, of course, everybody has their day in court. You're innocent until proven guilty. But this is just not a good look right now, for sure. But Dale.
No, and like you say, I'm sure he thought, oh, you know what, all the evidence has been erased and it's just their words against mine. And here I am, an upstanding citizen. But yeah, so of course we cannot, like you say, we cannot judge until everything's done, until he's found guilty in a court of law. But it does not look good for him, especially all the allegations that are coming out.
Yeah, and we see from David Madison, housing is always a topic in the news. Housing, we saw our senators, Brasso and Lummis, support selling public land in order to deal with create affordable housing, deal with housing. Housing market in Wyoming is super tight. It continues to be, with some folks paying 11% of the purchases made in real estate. People are paying over the asking price. That's absurd. But
it is. But like you say, it's because the housing market is, David talked about the fact that people don't want to let go of their 2 and 3% interest rates. And so they're not willing to sell just now. So those homes that are out there, that are available, there could be a bidding war for that. And it depends on what the price range is and what people are looking for. But yeah, that 11%. You can't blame them. If they really want to come to Wyoming, if they really want to buy a house in a particular community, they'll find a way to do it. And there is so much wealth out there. There really is. It's sad how much money there is here and how little money there is here. And there's not a whole lot in the middle. But the people with so much wealth, they can afford it. They can afford to pay 11. Those 11% can afford to pay over the asking price, and bless them. Good for them. Good for them that they're able to do that, and good for the seller who's saying, yeah, this is a windfall for us.
Tight market. Yeah. So Wendy, what's going on? Why are you rattling down Bad Road in Nebraska? Where are you on your way to? What's going on with your night job there?
So actually, it's not my night job. This is for Cowboy State Daily. This is the Western Heritage Awards are this weekend in Oklahoma City at the National Museum of the Cowboy. And so on my podcast with Craig Johnson that aired at the beginning of last year won a Western Heritage Award. It's called a Western Lifestyle Award. And so Dan Miller and I are headed down to Oklahoma City, and I'm going to accept the award on behalf. Yes, it was my podcast that won, but really it's an opportunity to tell a whole new audience about what we're doing at Cowboy State Daily, about highlighting these really interesting people that live in our state, that represent our state, and being able to tell people this is worth watching. Cowboy State Daily is worth watching, and these people that we're doing these podcasts for are worth highlighting. So that's a lot of fun. Dan Miller, of course, is going to get the invocation. He's presenting 3 awards This is the third year in a row that he's been a presenter for the Wyoming Heritage Awards. So it's a big deal, and it's a lot of fun for both of us to be among this Western culture and Western heritage group of people. We're watching looks like a crop duster in these Nebraska fields here that it's going by. But yeah, it's really an opportunity for us to represent Wyoming at this very high-end awards ceremony and event that
Very
celebrates
cool.
Western culture and Western lifestyles. So we are very pleased to be there.
Well, congrats to you, and you don't rest on your laurels. The podcast continues. Roundup this weekend. What do you got? What's happening?
Brian Kozak, Sheriff Brian Kozak, the Laramie County Sheriff, who he makes headlines.
Yeah.
And he's a unique guy who has just done amazing things for the city of Cheyenne and the Laramie County. Brought the crime rate down incredibly just in his first couple of years there in office, as well as, I think they were down 65 people when he first got started there. And now they've closed that employment gap, and they think they're only looking for 8 people now. So just really has done awesome things.
There's a new sheriff in town, yeah, and he's doing sheriffing a different kind of way. He's a unique dude.
He is. He loves his job and loves his people. And so anyway, it's going to be a fun one. So tune in tomorrow on the Roundup.
I'm excited to do that. Travel safely and represent CSD there. That's awesome.
It is. It's going to be fun. Have a great week, Jake.
You too. Have a great weekend. It's Cowboy State Daily. Wendy Core joining the conversation of the Zoom room. Top of the hour break. We'll be right back after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, April 11th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. When it comes to banning gun-free zones in Wyoming, it's one thing to pass a ban into law and another for state agencies, schools, and towns to implement it. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that across Wyoming, agencies are now scrambling to make rules to allow for permitted concealed carry of firearms in public buildings in order to comply with a new law passed during this year's legislative session that bans gun-free zones in the state.
The process that involves with most new laws, particularly ones that kind of deal with spaces and kind of managing spaces, is that rules need to be created that kind of go into effect to kind of support the new law. So that is kind of what state agencies and school districts around Wyoming are wrestling with right now, as far as trying to scramble to create new rules to address this law that banned gun-free zones throughout Wyoming, to try to get rules in place by the time it goes into effect on July 1st, which is quickly approaching.
Laramie residents packed the room before their school board Wednesday, expressing staunch opposition to allowing the concealed carrying of firearms in local schools. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines was at the meeting.
Standing room only, packed, people lined up on both sides of the walls, there to talk about the implementation of House Bill 172. And at least among the people who spoke, and there were a lot of people who spoke, nobody is a fan of that. And then also a few of the school board members came out and said they're not fans of it either, but this is a new state law. They have to implement it.
The University of Wyoming's Board of Trustees also said the legislature left them with no choice but to allow concealed carry inside campus buildings, despite strong opposition from UW students, faculty, and staff. A recent report from Wyoming's lead economist offers a mixed bag of good and bad news for Wyomingites. While tourism and employment numbers are strong, Wenlin Liu with the Department of Administration and Information reports that sales tax revenue is down and housing affordability sits at a 40-year low. In fact, Liu told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the housing market in Wyoming is overpriced, and Zillow reports that low inventory has prompted about 11% of homebuyers to pay more than list price to close deals.
Housing affordability still remains a real challenge for Wyoming residents. And he explained how it's really a matter of wages not keeping up with price increases. At the same time, there's this frustrating reality that there's just not a lot of supply. So that's also raising the prices of homes. And the reason there's not a lot of supply is because people are hanging on to their homes because they don't want to let go of really low interest rates. Interest rates in in the 2 and 3% as opposed to what's out there now in the 6 and 7 and 8%.
Lou did say that Wyoming's labor market remained healthy in the fourth quarter of 2024, with job growth exceeding that of previous 2 quarters. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, environmental groups are up in arms about a new Republican initiative in Congress to study selling public land to be used for affordable housing and using that money from those sales to help offset the money it will take to enact President Donald Trump's domestic agenda. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis support a similar effort to possibly sell some lands around western cities or national parks to build more housing.
It's a pretty controversial take considering how much public lands Wyoming has and the strong recreation and hunting culture that is in Wyoming. But they believe this could be a solid use of federal land to open up more affordable housing opportunities. However, other outdoor advocates and people like Representative Carly Provenza, a Democrat from Laramie, find this to be a terrible idea. And furthermore, they believe it's being used as a ploy just to fund tax breaks that are given to the wealthy under the budget created under President Donald Trump's administration.
Barrasso said providing more housing opportunities to national parks and Forest Service employees should be a top priority. Gateway communities like Cody and Jackson, towns with particular housing shortage issues, would be specifically targeted. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal games back to back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m. he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Welcome back to the studio here. Final hour of our Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hoping to get Leo Wolfson on here shortly. Also, we have special guests coming up this hour you don't want to miss. Mike Vale, Jason Jensen going to join us and talk about the JonBenet Ramsey case. Sudden interest in that case again. Primarily due to the digging of our reporter Jen Coker, who's been looking into the JonBenet Ramsey deal and reason to believe that maybe after nearly 30 years, we might be ready to head in some kind of investigative direction. I mean, this is an unsolved case. Happened back in 1996, of course. We're going to get a private investigator, and we're going to get a friend of a man who has been and still could be a prime suspect. That's all coming up later this hour on the show, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That'll be exciting. first, let me get into this day in history. This day is April 11 by my account. Has everybody got that? Check. April 11. Yeah, that looks good. As we said previously on the show, it was this day in 1803 that Napoleon Bonaparte asked his treasury minister to prepare a land sale to the United States. Napoleon sold the Louisiana Territory for $15 million on this day in 1803. Who got the better of that deal? Who got snookered? Was it a win-win? I mean, the United States got the Louisiana Territory from the French-owned Louisiana all the way up to the Canadian border, all that good Mississippi River, all that good growing soil region. It encompassed a total of how many millions of acres would that? I've looked this up now 3 times this morning, and I still can't remember what I said like 20 minutes ago. Louisiana Purchase included a total of 530 million acres. Woo, doggy. That's 828,000 square miles. That is more than Greenland, Greenland is going to be the next acquisition of the United States, according to President Trump. So, yeah, that was a little bit of money. What was that click? It's like the power just went out here. We had a little bit of a power surge. It's so weird. I hope we're still on the air. All my indications are okay. All right. Yeah, $15 million for 828,000 square miles. That was a pretty good, even back then, 1803, 15 million. I don't know what it's going to take to get Greenland away from Denmark, but 15 million, pretty good deal. It happened this day in history. It was this day in 1865. The USS Wyoming was recommissioned. This day in 1890, Natrona County was organized. Happy birthday anniversary, Natrona County. We've been talking in the news about all the things that happened leading up to and involving the Johnson County War. Today, another significant day in that event. April 11th, 1892, a posse caught up with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association at TA Ranch on Crazy Woman Creek. The siege would last for 2 days until the group surrendered to the 6th Cavalry on April 13th. The Stock Growers Association was little more than glorified hitmen, gunmen hired to deal with ranchers, to deal with squatters and others on behalf of ranchers. And they, of course, a few days prior had killed Nate Champion on his ranch. And then a posse caught up with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association, 6th Cavalry on this day in 1892. 1898, President McKinley asked Congress for a declaration of war against Spain. This day in 1899, that war ended with the Treaty of Paris, ending the Spanish-American conflict. This day in 1913, Albert Burleson, Postmaster General, proposes to President Wilson to introduce segregation into the railway mail service. At a cabinet meeting, Wilson would act on the proposal and segregate the agency, which has been integrated since 1881, or had been integrated since 1881. 1941, President Roosevelt issues an executive order creating the Office of Price Administration. What do they do? And if they do anything concerning price, they need to look into the price of eggs right now. This day in 1952, Wyoming Catholic Register begins publication in Wyoming. 1956, this day, the Colorado River Storage Act was passed by Congress, ultimately resulting in what is now the Flaming Gorge Dam. That Colorado River Storage Act, significant even today as water wars continue in Wyoming. This day in 1964, dedication of the copper-plated Tyrannosaurus Rex, built by S.H. Knight at the University of Wyoming. The life-size dinosaur statue located just outside of the entrance of the Geologic Museum at the S.H. Knight building on campus. Dedication was this day, 1964. On this day, 1968, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act, known as the Fair Housing Act. 1973, Vore Buffalo Jump was added to the National Register of Historic Places. 1973, Vore Buffalo Jump. It's a very interesting part of Wyoming if you don't know the story behind it. Cowboy State Daily's done stories on that Vore Buffalo Jump. This day, 1976, Apple I was created. The first Apple. Really? 1970? That seems early for a Mac. I mean, I guess it was just experimental. Apple I was known predominantly, the Apple computer, later known predominantly as Apple I, premiered this day in 1976. Okay. Wow. So Apple goes way back. It'd still be a long time before any of us were using an Apple or a Mac. This day, 1994, Brush Creek Work Center in Carbon County was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. And it was this day in 1996, Jessica Dubroff, 7-year-old, was killed along with her father, who was a flight instructor. They died when the airplane crashed on takeoff from Cheyenne Regional in a storm. Dubroff, the 7-year-old girl, Jessica, was attempting to be the youngest person to fly across the United States at that time. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, and I'm sure it was horrific, but boy, if that's not a case of parents pushing their kids to excel in something at the ultimate cost, I don't know what is. We talk about JonBenet Ramsey and how she was kind of doing the pageant circuit, and whether kids at that age, 5, 6, 7-year-olds should be pushed by their parents to excel in Little League Baseball or beauty pageants, or encouraged to sit in the seat of a plane and try to pilot this plane across the United States. Dad, the flight instructor, I would have to assume, I can't imagine this is a 7-year-old's dream. This sounds like Dad's dream for his 7-year-old daughter to be the youngest to fly across the United States. Well, how'd that work out? I mean, I feel terrible, but I mean, this right here is a case of parents pushing their kids. This is the parents' dream, not the kids. 7-year-old Jessica Dubroff killed along with her flight instructor dad after they took off from Cheyenne Regional in a storm. Who's the parent here? Who's the adult in the room? These things happen on this day in history, April 11th. Keegan Bradley with a hole-in-one.
Right out to some action on 6.
Here's what it sounded
Keegan
like
Bradley and his Mustang.
at the Masters.
U.S. Ryder Cup captain.
Keegan with a nice shot.
Only nice things about Keegan right now.
Understood.
Best shot I ever saw.
Oh.
Might be the first.
Please
go in.
Day.
Please go in.
Keegan Bradley with a hole-in-one at the Masters, and he hoisted his kids up. We make a big deal of it because Keegan, I'm going to claim him for Wyoming. I'm going to claim Keegan. He grew up back in the Northeast, back in the New England area. That's where he and his family is from. He's the son of a golf pro, both dad and mom, famous golfers. So you knew there was no doubt what Keegan was going to grow up to be. I don't know if this was a case of parents pushing their kid to excel in something. I think Keegan, I think he fully wanted to take up golf, seeing how his mom and dad did in it. I don't know if golf was forced upon him, but he's a pretty good golfer. Mark Bradley is his dad. Mark is a longtime golf pro here in the Jackson Hole area in Wyoming. And his son Keegan has spent, I would imagine, a good amount of time in this state as well. But Mark, proud of his son, posted this on Facebook the other day. Keegan Bradley's hole-in-one at the Masters. Way to go, Keegan. He has just gotten better and better on the PGA Tour. And I'm excited to see his growth and his maturation as one of the best golfers, one of the best U.S. golfers today. Way to go, Keegan. What else was I going to get to? You know what we ought to do is the rodeo. Let's get the rodeo road report getting in there. Western Ag Network, Will Rasmussen. Will, do your thing.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi again, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. So good to have you along. Today, Cade Bruno, a three-time National Finals qualifier in the saddle bronc riding, currently ranked number 2 in the race for the world title, the champion of Fort Worth, Texas, the champion of Redmond, Oregon, 2 in the world. We talk about him missing his home in Challis, Idaho, while he's living in Texas. That's coming up.
Treasure Bull Test is your source for performance-tested Cowboy Kind Black Angus bulls. Tuesday, April 15th, 110 athletic, masculine, long-sided, and heavily muscled bulls that stand on good bones and sound feet sell at Western Livestock Auction in Great Falls, Montana. Measured for every important performance in carcass trade, all the while being developed for the most critical purebred breeder and commercial cattlemen alike. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also broadcast on Northern Livestock Video. For more information, visit treasurebulltest.com.
Grounded from Helena is a powerful adjuvant that can take your herbicide application to the next level. It reduces AI loss from UV light and off-target movement while improving deposition and absorption. All to help you unleash precision in every spray application. Spray smarter with Grounded from Helena. Always follow label instructions and check registration before use. Contact your Helena representative to learn more.
You said that you were ready to get back up in this part of the world. Why do you say that? You just missing home, missing friends, missing family, that sort of thing?
Yeah, that for sure. But I don't mind where I'm living right now. It's pretty down here, and it's real green. I live in a good part of Texas, but there's nothing like the mountains and home. That's for sure. Yeah, I'd like to get up there and shoot. Told my dad, I said I'd like to make my own branding one of these years, but it always seems that the branding happens during, I mean, it's right during Red Bluff and all that, and them are kind of tough ones to miss anymore, but yeah, I'd like to get up there and see my parents and my nephews and nieces. Man, my sister's little one, Mac, he's growing fast. I need to get up there and see everybody this spring.
Sometimes we forget as a casual rodeo fan the sacrifices made, like being away from family for an extended time. Cade Bruno calls Challis, Idaho home. He lives down near Fort Worth, Texas for the ease of rodeoing full-time on a quest to his number 4 consecutive qualification to the National Finals Rodeo, currently number 2. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in the final hour on a finally Friday. Thank you, Will, and the Western Ag Network for the Rodeo Road Show. We're going to go into the Zoom room as promised, special guests. And I got to warn you guys, gentlemen, Jason, Michael, that whenever I go into the three-way Zoom room, strange things happen. And I don't claim to be a master of technology, but the last time I did it, it actually worked technology-wise. We're going to try it again. Everybody cross your fingers. I'm going into the visual. For those of you on the visual, going into the three-way Zoom room. Oh, my goodness, it worked. We seem to be good. On your left, that is Jason Jensen. We'll tell you why he figures into the whole deal, private investigator. On the right, that's Michael Vale. We'll tell you how he figures into this story. I'll just set the scene for you real quickly, loosely paraphrased, as we look at a nearly 30-year-old cold case, JonBenet Ramsey. Many of us have heard of it. You might need your memory jogged a little bit as about the details of what went down. But the recent story from Jen Coker and the Cowboy State Daily is why we're talking about this again. We've never found a killer. We've never found the reason JonBenet Ramsey was found dead in the family basement. This goes back to 1996 Christmas. It was a story that captured attention in the U.S., certainly in the Rocky Mountain area. Let's, I don't even know where to start, other than to start with Michael. We'll start with you, Michael Vale, and because you're kind of the reason we're talking about this again. Way back when, you had correspondence with a friend, a childhood friend, constant correspondence, but you were disturbed about the things you were hearing from this friend, Gary Oliva. He seemed to be getting dark, more and more dark about the things he shared with you, and to the point where it all culminated one night where, boy, you were really scared about that phone call. Start us from the beginning. How do you know Gary? And what happened leading up to the call you got that really shook you a little bit? Michael, share with us.
Jake, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. Chance to explain this because everybody wants this to be some big mystery. I'm going to explain this as fast as I can.
Yeah.
At 28 years and 10 minutes is going to be tough. But let me tell you, Gary was a classmate of mine. He was an orbiter around the group of friends that we had. So I knew him from high school. After high school, I started TV and radio communications. Props to you, Jake. And I was making little radio shows on cassette tapes. Well, Gary was one of those guys I had on my list. I would mail in the U.S. mail back then. I'd mail these cassette tapes, and I'd stay in touch with my high school buddies that way. And Gary was in that orbiting circle. So Gary would mail me stuff back. Well, it did get darker and darker. And for 16 years, imagine I'm getting mail from Gary to the point where I'm literally going into the garage, closing the door, locking it, make sure my family's not coming in, open his packages at an arm's distance and shake them out over my garage. Hair would come out, missing girl posters, just the scariest stuff. But I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on until, imagine this, it's Christmas. Now, this was 96, the happiest time in my life, really, because I had just signed 14 bands to record deals. I'm working with CMH Records, the world's largest bluegrass label. And I married my high school sweetheart. Speaking of high school, I was in heaven. I had my 12-year-old son in 96 living with me. I was raising my son, and it was Christmas time. I remember that phone call so well. I remember when I got that phone call, I remember what the room looks like in my head. The memory's locked in. I remember there was more blue on that Christmas tree than we usually did. Blue lights, I remember every detail. My family had gone to sleep, and I'm watching TV, preparing to go to bed, and all of a sudden the phone rings, right? I pick it up. It's December 26, 1996. I get a phone call, and I hear, her little girl. And I'm like, what? And so immediately I'm like, I got to call the police. He heard a little girl And I knew it was Gary's voice from the cassette tapes. I knew it from high school. I knew this was very serious. And I said, "Where are you? What are you doing?" He says, "Yeah, I'm in Boulder, Colorado." Well, this blew my mind because a lot of my friends had gone to the university in Boulder, Colorado. However, Gary was mailing me postmarks from Grants Pass, Oregon for years. So him being in Boulder was a real surprise to me. So then he said a couple other things we don't have time for, but then I'm like, "What's your address? What's your phone number?" And I'm thinking, I'm calling the cops. I'm calling the cops in 3 seconds.
Right.
And he just hung up the phone. He realized that what I was up to. He slammed the phone down. Wow. I mean, what a phone call. It was terrifying. I have goosebumps just talking about it now.
Right. And this is before
the next morning, Jake. What?
This is before anyone had heard news about JonBenet Ramsey and her disappearance. This is before. So just the phone
Not only
call.
is it before, Jake, I got to interrupt you real quick. Let me finish the story because the next morning, I got to sleep. I got a few hours sleep, right? After that disturbing phone call. I get up. Now I'm in the music industry, in the entertainment industry. I get the newspapers. So I go out to the LA Times, literally on my porch. And I look at the front page. Okay, that's cool. And I flip it over on the same front page at the bottom. Girl 6 slain in Boulder. Whoa, what? And I immediately call the number on the bottom, right? And then I go, wow. I tell my wife, I tell my friends, I say, wow, Gary's going to be arrested any minute. Just sit back and watch the fireworks. And you know what? It didn't happen. And you know why? Because the police were convinced that the police back then were convinced that the parents had somehow had some involvement, which was very cruel, very, very, very awful to do. Now, consider this, a few months go by. I'm like, why isn't Gary arrested? This is insane. Now I know the name JonBenet. JonBenet's name wasn't even in the article in 97. So the morning in 97, Gary called me literally hours, probably 7 hours, 6 hours before it was even reported in the newspaper. He called me and said he heard a little girl. So let's segue to March of 97. It was approximately February, March. I called a second time to the Boulder PD. I said, hey, listen, you got to listen. Gary called me before it was even in the newspaper. There's no way only the killer would know this. So you really need to look at this. And they said, oh, yeah, let's put you through to the JonBenet crazy person line. Hey, by this time, Jake, they had set up a recording. And everybody's leaving these crazy, everybody and their uncle is calling 10,000, probably 10,000 people, right? By this time. So I just get lost in there. I'm totally lost in this. Boy, it was rough. It was rough. I left a message. I told him a second time. And then really, I thought that the police would do the job, but didn't happen.
Yeah, in looking back, it's somehow easy to understand why investigators got the blinders on for the family. There were indications the family did things that it was weird. The way they maybe contaminated evidence. No footprints leading to a window in the snow. The glass is broken. Okay.
I got answers for you because there was no snow on that side of the building that morning. Okay. Lou Schmidt, the top homicide detective with over 90% conviction rate. Lou Schmidt was a genius. He was assigned to this case and he studied this case. He was baffled. He told me in 2002, I started working with Lou Schmidt. Lou Schmidt and he says, I think Gary did it. I go, yeah, let me tell you about it, right? So I'm talking to Lou Schmidt all the time. And Lou Schmidt told me that the DNA, the police didn't contain the crime scene. In fact, Linda Thomas, who was there, and this is all documented stuff. Now, we're only going to solve this crime with facts, not beliefs, not speculation. This is going to be solved with facts. Okay, we got smoking guns here. This is easy. Now, Linda Thomas said, hey, first of all, they thought it was a kidnapping because they saw this crazy ransom note, which, by the way, is just right in par with what Gary would do. They see the ransom note. They think it's a kidnapping. Linda Thomas says, hey, why don't you go look around the house a little bit? So John Ramsey goes down, pulls the blanket off of his daughter. Oh my God. Can you imagine if I saw, now I'm raising a kid myself. If I lifted a blanket and saw my kid tied up with duct tape, immediately I would rip that duct tape. I would do the same thing. Listen, you'd have to be heartless. That's your kid. You want to pick them up. Oh my God, I can't imagine the anguish that this family has been through, the torture, and then being on the front cover. Now, the reason all these people have these crazy beliefs is because the media did them a huge disservice. They've started putting it on the front page of the newspapers as you go through the grocery store. And, oh, the parents did it. Oh, this, that, tell me seriously, a 9-year-old kid's going to do this, right? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now, we've got 50 points of evidence on Gary. We matched him to the ransom note. But I'm going to let you talk, Jake, because you deserve a chance now.
Yeah, so we got, from the get-go, investigators got down what Michael and Jason, we're going to talk to in a minute, think is the wrong path. And we got so far down it, it was hard to course correct. By the time email and phone calls come flooding in, they were pretty sure they had the family in mind. I want to talk now to Jason. Jason Jensen is the co-founder of Cold Case Coalition. He's a private investigator. Jason, there's a lot of things maybe you could talk to, beginning with, in the mid-90s, did we have good enough, compared to today, maybe not, but was it good enough DNA evidence? Could we do a CSI on a crime scene? And was there anything there that was missed? Did we botch this? Did authorities botch the whole deal as far as gathering DNA evidence? What else? What else about the crime scene can we do? And what is your general beliefs on who we should be looking at to begin with?
Thanks, Jake. In 1996, DNA, technology and using forensics was really in its infancy. The only real example that was prevalent in its exposure was the O.J. Simpson trial. And even at that point in 1995, just a year before, wasn't enough to convict the guy. There was OJ's DNA at the scene, and he ended up being acquitted. So fast forward a year later, it's a burgeoning technology that's really, nowadays in the 21st century is the quintessential piece of evidence that all departments strive to collect because they're all trying to achieve scientific proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Like scientific evidence is deemed to be 100% reliable. But, there are nuances about DNA, especially in cold cases, that have to be taken into consideration. So, for instance, in 1996, even though there was DNA technology in crime solving, it was really limited to body fluid, DNA samples, material where it's either blood, semen, or saliva. And, and then there was hair follicles, but it had to be rooted bulbs of a hair. It was not where it's nowadays, where touch DNA, where it's just a simple touch where you got microscopic DNA evidence, like in Brian Koberger, where there's a knife sheath that immediately was used to identify him through genetic genealogy. But what we have in the JonBenet Ramsey case is applied technology after the fact, over a decade, because by the time touch DNA became something, it wasn't until early 2000s where it was then applied retrospective to the case. And what they learned in that time frame was that the DNA was actually a degraded sample, and no matter what they try to do with it nowadays, it's not going to be a full profile. So what that means is you cannot retest it for genetic genealogy, which is a different format than what was used previously through the FBI system through CODIS, where they would just take a random sample of alleles, and in this case, they only had 9 alleles that were used. So a partial profile that could be matched to somebody out there if they were, a convict. But what we know about touch DNA, especially where Michael didn't touch on it, but one of the things that Lou Smith said frequently, even to Mike, was that the DNA evidence was contaminated. Back then, and you can see from crime scene videos of, from the media recordings of officers and technicians coming and going from the property, they put one set of gloves because the point was to not contaminate by adding fingerprints to a scene. It wasn't in the mindset of DNA. So they wear the same gloves and handle everything, touching the house, touching things in the room, touching evidence. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't transfer DNA from one article to another. And that's what touch DNA is the actual transfer of DNA from your person to the victim, or from this article of clothing, or from the crime scene piece of evidence, the weapon, for instance, where once you start touching things, you transfer from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. So you really have to question the DNA in this case, because so much time has passed where there can be widespread contamination, for number one. And then number two, because of the degraded nature of it, it's really unreliable as a chief means to identify somebody. And as a founder of the Cold Case Coalition, one of the things that I've learned over time that most people don't understand, especially if they're somebody that just follows one case, like they know everything about JonBenet, for instance. One of the problems is that you can't commit a crime and not leave DNA at the crime scene. It happens all the time. And one big example is Carl Eugene Watts. He was a serial killer with over 100 murders to his credit, and not one case has DNA that links him to it. So it can happen, and this is just one case. So I believe because you have unknown male DNA, it doesn't necessarily mean suspect DNA, that this evidence does not tie to the suspect. That's where I come from on this case. That DNA is not an issue in JonBenet's case, and it's not going to be used to convict anybody.
So, gentlemen, Jason, Michael, where does that leave it? That leaves us in a quandary today, because even if, Michael, your friend, your ex-friend, whatever you want to call Gary, even if he will swear up and down it was him and wants to take credit for this murder, that's not enough. We need actual evidence. We have a body, yes. We have a scene that may have been contaminated with old, now almost 30-year-old evidence. I don't know if anything can be resurrected from that. What do we need? We need more than a confession, don't we?
Well, we have a few things here, and I've been on a mission. I've been interviewing Gary. I've been heading out to Denver since he got out of prison. I interviewed him in 2016. I started interviewing him from prison on the advice of an editor to find out the details and everything. And I've built a list of 50 points of evidence that Jason and I are working on. The most important thing is that ransom note. Now, we know that the intruder wrote that ransom note. Well, Jason's going to tell you, but we matched, there's 26 letters in the alphabet. We matched 24 of them to Gary's handwriting. And we've got 3 of the best criminal forensic handwriting experts to acknowledge that it is Gary. And not only that, now I've come to learn that the proximity factor, Gary was literally in the alley behind JonBenet's house. That was the alley where he would drink and hang out and get food. He was there Monday through Saturdays. He had run, you're not going to believe it, he had run off a copy of the key to the church. He could go to the church and spend the night. As long as he was out of there by 10 a.m., he knew he wouldn't get caught.
Yeah. So he is, where he had been in Oregon. There he is in Boulder, Colorado, by chance. Makes a phone call to you the night allegedly this may have happened, and then we got the ransom note with handwriting that may match. Jason, is that enough? If Gary Oliva is able to tell us things that only the killer could know, and we match a ransom note. Are we getting closer to maybe resurrecting a 30-year-old cold case?
Well, if we take John Mark Carr as an example, there was a time in U.S. history on this case where, because some individual was communicating with a journalist who was a professor at the University of Colorado, making comments about JonBenet's case, they ended up arresting him and extraditing him from Thailand and brought him into the judicial system just to find out that John Mark Carr had nothing to do with the case, that he had an ironclad alibi, that during December of 1996, he was at, the Christmas vacation with his family in Georgia. So why can't they arrest anybody else? I mean, are they embarrassed now? But the reality is, this guy has more information about JonBenet than John Mark Carr did. Why not bring in Gary Oliva? Why not use the handwriting analysis to show, because that is the primary evidence to tie the suspect to the crime if you exclude bad DNA, because it's going to be an argument, and there's going to be jurors in a pool of, millions, that if you surveyed everybody, there would be some that would want to acquit a man if DNA doesn't match. And I think that's really the problem, is they feel like they cannot charge anybody at this time unless they get, some kind of DNA match with somebody. But I can offer an explanation why the DNA doesn't match. We know that it was a contaminated, soiled, used paintbrush that was the weapon that was, the device that was used to violate her body, and it created bleeding. And that stain was swiped on the inside of her underpants. That's where they get a primary DNA profile matching JonBenet, and then the minor profile of what they call UM1, and it was a degraded, sample. So if the DNA is from the paintbrush, a used paintbrush, and not from the suspect, because mind you, being a premeditated crime, I would imagine he had gloves on. I would imagine even if he wasn't wearing like nitrile gloves or latex gloves because it was a planned crime, he would have winter gloves on because it's cold outside. It's the middle of winter in Colorado. So if he's got gloves on and the source of the DNA is not him, but from the paintbrush, and we know that Gary was painting down at the church 13 doors down, why not get DNA samples from others that were also painting at the time? Because that's probably the source of the DNA, and that would be an indirect connection to the suspect. That's what they really need to do, is test individuals in 1996 that were also working with Gary at the church.
Guys, this is too important to leave here. I got to take a quick break, though. Can you hang on, and we'll come right back? Give me 2 minutes. We'll come right back and wrap this up, because I want to tell you, I don't need to tell you why this is so important. Whenever you have a cold case, it means there's no period at the end of the sentence. There's no final chapter to a story. There's parents, there's family who deserve resolution. And in Mike O'Val's case, there's a burden, a feeling of guilt that Gary Oliva could be unsupervised walking around again in public. So we're going to talk about that and the implications. It's JonBenet Ramsey, a nearly 30-year-old cold case. We're talking with two folks, insiders, I would say, who know some scoops. We'll be right back and continue that convo.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily, in the Zoom room. It's Jason Jensen, private investigator, looking into the JonBenet Ramsey case that's remained unsolved for nearly 30 years now. Michael Vale is in the room. He's the friend of Gary Oliva who made that horrific phone call the night of, saying that he had done something terrible. I mean, it seems like a slam dunk, guys. I've muted you both, by the way, so you'll probably have to unmute to get back in the conversation. But Michael, let's start with you again. Take us now to now time and what's going on with Gary. You know, since this incident happened, since investigators focused on the family and we had no resolution, I don't know if we had arrest, but we've got no more suspects, and this case is getting old. In the days since, Gary Oliva has made every indication that he's prime suspect number one. Why is that, Michael?
Well, he's only telling me that. He doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't really want to be known for this like you were suggesting. He wants this all just to kind of blow away and go away. But the problem is, this guy, he is obsessed with JonBenet. JonBenet has become his Jesus. And it's some serious stuff. I just wanted to go back real quick because these parents were some of the best parents ever. You wish you had good parents like the Ramseys. I'm really sick and tired of hearing people dissing the parents, because Lou Smith told me that it wasn't the parents. These were good people. He went over, this top homicide detective went over them. He said he took their computers to a forensic computer expert. He said there wasn't even nothing on there that would indicate that they had any kind of weird sex thing or anything like weird Like all the stuff that's been speculated, all that is speculation. It's beliefs, speculations, opinions. That's not going to solve this case. What's going to solve it is facts. So I started writing Gary in 2016 in prison to get those facts. And I've been working nonstop, diligently to get these facts, including 3 trips to Denver where I interviewed Gary in a motel room. Crazy.
Well, yeah. I don't know, Jason. Still, if you're investigators now, I mean, what is there any indication? And who would have to reopen? Has this case ever been closed? Is it up to Denver PD? Is it FBI? Who would have to say, okay, this might be worth looking into again? What kind of pressure do you have to apply? And who makes that call? Are we there yet?
Well, the biggest problem that you have is it's once a police department goes public with a theory and they present it over and over and over for decades, it's hard to do an about face because what they've created all that time is a viable defense for whomever they now identify thereafter. So they identified the Ramseys, first John and then Patsy, and then they pitted each other and presented it through the media and through tabloids as a campaign to force one to confess against the other for so long that it's really hard now then to identify somebody else without something like a third party or some objective evidence like DNA, where they can sit back and say, well, DNA changed your mind. And it's not just a subjective impression or analysis, or get rid of the old detectives. A new detective has a different perspective. But it was admitted in the recent documentary on Netflix that they were lied to by the detectives that were in charge of the case at that time. In that documentary, one of the retired sergeants said, we were told all along that the handwriting matched Patsy, which was false. They had several handwriting experts look at the ransom note and compare to Patsy, and all of them concluded, including 2 Secret Service document examiners. Bear in mind, the Secret Service is under the Treasury Department, and the reason for that is they do forgery analysis because of the printing of money and stuff like that. They look for forgeries. So what they did was all of them were unanimous that the handwriting did not match Patsy, and instead the police ignored that and went forward with it anyway. So if the primary evidence is going to be the handwriting, that's where the change of mind should come from, is now with the current administration under Chief Redfern. They should be looking at the ransom note and take our lead, because we presented all the reports that we generated, and even do their own testing and see if indeed they agree that the handwriting matches Gary Oliva. That's going to be the difference. If they go that way and they build up a strong enough case, it's going to be the trial of the century, but it would work. It can happen if you have the right experts and you can convince the jury that the handwriting matches, because it would be inexplicable if the handwriting matched and there's no logical explanation why your handwriting matches this ransom note.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what it may take to reopen anything is the unthinkable nightmare that I'm sure keeps Michael Vale up at night, and that's the potential that Gary Oliva could do something to a child again. He was convicted in Oregon of first-degree assault of a child. He is currently on parole. He's got the ankle bracelet, which I guess is coming off soon, and pretty soon there'll be no way to monitor his movements. And boy, that's got to keep you up at night, Michael.
You better believe it. Yeah, that's a real fear.
Well,
there's no way to cure Gary. I don't think there's any cure for this.
Yeah, I mean, if your conversations with Gary Oliva ever get to a point where he would want to share his story, and you say that's never going to happen, but man, we'd love to have him on and have him be able to give his share of things, because we're leading this investigation down this path the same way investigators went down the family route back in the beginning. So I don't know what the answer is. These two guys, though, Jason, Michael, they're pretty convinced we had this guy from the beginning, and still maybe have a shot at him. Gary Oliva is the guy they believe responsible for the JonBenet Ramsey murder back in 1996. Guys, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Unique discussion.
There's so much more to say, too. I hope we can get a chance to finish.
I hope we do. We got to wrap it up for today. But yeah, I mean, you guys, open invite. Maybe we pick this up again for sure.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, appreciate you both coming on. Yes. That's Jason Jensen, Michael Vale, and the story from Jen Coker, the Cowboy State Daily, about the JonBenet Ramsey case that just rocked the world, Rocky Mountain area, and then the United States, everybody. I mean, this was huge. Does it remain unsolved after 30 years, 40 years? What's it going to take? Pretty interesting. Yeah, we're going to take another quick break. Actually, we're up to top of the hour here, so we'll close up the Zoom room, guys, and we'll wrap up the show. The Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily. It was, it was a pretty exciting show. Had a little bit of everything. Here's what we did this morning. Covered a lot of ground. Big thanks to our special guest. Eyewitnesses called a head-on collision at Cokeville a miracle, as 9 teens are treated for injuries but no fatalities. A jury sees disturbing home videos during day 1 of this sex abuse trial of an award-winning foster dad. Wyoming senators approved the selling of federal land to support housing efforts. Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office inks a deal with ICE to form a local task force, and a train conductor wins a settlement after AI-controlled train crashes due to a decision no human would have ever made. These stories and more are what we got to today on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll see you again next week. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.